But yeah, I got who do I have? I have to put my phone up. I got Kyrie.
Kyrie.
The blue check shit on Twitter.
Shit stupid.
Him going into the Hall of Fame. I gotta have my stand moment.
Nope, I'm gonna avoid that.
Fuck you. Nigga.
I'm doing it for hip hop.
He gave a very heartfelt speech. Hey, I don't know if he gave a heartfelt speech. I didn't watch it, but gave a very heartfelt performance.
Drugs are delicious.
As usually. Sure. He gave a very heartfelt speech.
Why is he talking so much? Goddamn, shut up.
But I got that. And his mom made like a thank you video. It's like, get the fuck out of here. Fuck Debbie.
You Stanley.
Chappelle being on SNL tomorrow is supposed to be, or today now. It should be pissing a lot of people off. It did piss a lot of people off.
I don't care. Gang.
Dababy had a BOGO sale on concert tickets. I thought that was hilarious.
Baby open.
How you do buy one, get one free for a concert?
We'll get to that. That's on me. I fuck with that.
I had Modern Warfare 2 made $1 billion in 10 days.
Mm-hmm.
That depressed me about
They got my money.
Yeah, that just depressed me.
And that's just fire. I'll get to it though. I'll get to it. That's fire.
I got Andrew Tate versus Jake Paul. I don't know who Andrew Tate is, but he's.
I know he is. No. At this point, he has to fight Deontay Wilder.
Jake Paul.
Yep.
Is that even?
But I'll get to my point. I'm not gonna ruin it. Get to my point.
And then Nas' album and his line about the Jews. Thought that was quite interesting.
I didn't listen to the album. I'm not just reading. I'm just not. I'm gonna say I'm not reading
to it.
I didn't. I only got like 3 songs in. That's what I'm saying. I didn't listen to the album. I'm not going to give.
I was more so talking about that line. Did you hear that song, Hood to Hood?
No, I didn't get there.
You gotta get there.
That, and I'm not gonna. I'm not doing that off a first listen for most of these stupid cocksuckers for Nas. I'm not doing it. I refuse.
No, I'm not reviewing the album, nigga. I'm talking about just that line in the song.
I ain't seen it. I ain't heard it. I'm not gonna like. I'm saying for me, I ain't seen it. I ain't heard it. I'm not just gonna read it and try to give it context without the whole bitch. And at least
the context is easy. It's not. There wasn't nothing really where it was like he said anything wrong. He just said a different version. He said a softer version of what Kyrie and Kanye been saying, which is like black people kind of wish we could get shit together like the Jews got their shit together. And
no, nigga.
It wasn't nothing. It wasn't the topic of the song. It wasn't what he harped on.
No. Fuck you. Fuck you. That's what I have been saying. That is not what Kanye and Kyrie have been saying. That's what I have been saying. That's what niggas like me and Shannon Sharp have been saying. Niggas like really have been saying to stupid. No, that's what people Hill has been saying. That's what people like Angela Riot's been saying. And it's what? No,
they said the same shit, just the dumb version of it. They said the opposite side, dumb version of that thing.
They were completely all the way out of pocketly wrong about how and what they said.
They said the dumb version of it.
It wasn't a version of it. It was just dumb shit. Stop trying to politicize these stupid ass niggas shit just because they niggas, bro. Or just because we fuck with these niggas, bro.
But that's the thing. That's the thing,
bro.
Why? I'm glad you finally. All these weeks we've been talking about this shit. We have not talked about that part. And I thought about that when I heard the Nas line. I said, for everything that's been said, nobody has really, except for a few black people, really, I guess, on Twitter that I've seen, which are just random people on Twitter that I've seen talking about this point. It's weird. I think I saw Tamika Mallory bring it up too, because Phil Knight was talking about Kyrie. Yeah, Tamika made me think about that shit. What line did they cross? Specifically, who did they hurt to the degree that, nigga, you're traumatized, you're hurt. We all know what being hurt is. What line did they go? What did they say that was so crazy? They ain't say fuck the Jews. They ain't say fuck all you niggas. We need another Hitler. They ain't say nothing like that. They just said we Jews too, and we should get together. They just said it in a really dumb fucking way.
No, when you get. By the way, episode 229, Millennials podcast. I was the Spades media. We in this bitch.
They know you get so amped.
No, fuck that. We skipping the intro to who we are right now. I am Jose Ortega. Fuck the rest. He is busy 9-3. Fuck the rest. We here right now. So we are not. I'm sorry. I'm done with these niggas. I don't give if you in the chat. I don't give a fuck how you feel. I'm gonna keep it a bean like this because this is what's real. When you give context to where you, Kyrie Irving, are sharing a anti-Semitic rant from Alex Jones just 3 to 4 weeks ago, and then we fast forward to now, and then which was mind you was already insulting the Jewish people. We decided not to as a media because we are part of that now in some form of way. We are a part of the media. We did not get all right. We know Kyrie's stupid. This nigga think the earth is flat. Of course he's going to believe some stupid. Let me go through this whole rant. I gotta get this off. So we just all right. That nigga's stupid. He believes the earth is flat. Don't pay that nigga no attention. Then you follow it up a couple weeks later, month and a half later. So to where we are. In this feud of his saying of the post of the tweet or whatever the fuck about the documentary. You know what I mean? All right. Period. This is what we as a black people this is what we need to understand. The Jewish people are upset. They feel it has nothing to do with us. It has nothing to do with us, my nigga. They feel as a collective that they had been disrespected. So it brought them notice to this, especially when it comes from a prior incident where you feel where there was no context or even a question of why you did such a thing with the Alex Jones shit. The first original reporter asked this nigga, do you feel or have anti-Semitic beliefs? Now, mind you, I'm going to break this real down, real simple. Most people, you have a real opportunity here in a dire situation which could fucking derail you, make more media against you, put you in a bad light to really answer a yes or no fucking question. It's right there. If you feel a way, if you feel like you're racist towards Jewish people, you could have said, I have some Mike Wright.
Some disdain.
Or if some disdain. But if you're not racist against Jewish people and you have a really deeper enlightening point to make, or what you're trying to say from your statement, or whatever you shared versus whatever statement you're making, whatever the fuck, say no. But it's a yes or no. You have to give context to it.
Well, nobody thinks these people are anti-Semitic. We just think they're stupid. That's obvious. Even Adam Silver said, "Nigga, we don't think he's anti-Semitic. He's just dumb."
That's my whole point. That's my whole point. That's my whole point. So we say, we already said, I've already been saying as a thought person and someone that has shared the same team with him, I think you a dumbass because you don't want to get a shot because you didn't want to play last season. You bring in some bullshit coming into this season. They have to sit your ass down because you didn't want to give context or realism to something that was happening that you did, and you just, no, you're not going to make me a meme or make this a situation that's bigger than what it is. No, nigga, you're doing that. You're stupid. You're unaware. You're not properly responding to the situation in a smart capacity. So I'm already got to label you as a dumbass.
Yeah.
Like I got to put you in that box.
Kanye was flat in his mind, children.
Kanye's the same way. When this dumbass motherfucker went up in TMZ and was like, I got liposuction. The slavery was a choice. Nigga, you done with me. You done. You already know this nigga's stupid. He tried to double down on the fact that he said that shit. And that shit was fucking wrong. Like this nigga started off with that. Not even like, and we're not gonna go through. Matter of fact, hold up. This is a sidebar. If the motherfucker around, there's a tweet that's rolling around this motherfucker, and I hate these hotep ass niggas on some extra shit this week. So I said, hey, no, you let me get this off. I seen a hotep nigga really tweet because Tom Brady's wife bought a crib across the fucking way from Tom Brady and shit.
I thought that was fire.
Yeah, cause like right across the way from Tom Brady, and very petty on her part, but. I saw a tweet from a hotep nigga that was like, yo, why is it okay that Giselle does this? And it's just like we want to be close to the family for friends and family situations and stuff for the kids. But when Kanye do this, it's domestic violence and terrorism. I'm like, nigga, because he was threatening to beat his ex-husband. He was threatening to beat his ex-wife's like husband, like boyfriend's ass every moment he got. The fuck you mean? The fuck you mean? Stop believing niggas just because they black. Stop believing in niggas is just because they black, bro.
Okay,
we want to believe in this. Hold up. No, fuck that shit. We want to be on squad. We love being a part of squad, bro. This is what we like. This is who we are. But just because you are black, because you are Latino, does not give you, like, if you're a stupid motherfucker and have some money, give you all the validation in the fucking world to call out for the rest of us. And we have to defend for you. That makes you
no, we don't. That's where we get it fucked up. No, we don't. None of this shit affects us past us having our white friends ask us, damn, what you think about that? Nigga crazy. Move on. That's it.
Look, that's what I'm saying. And like, why we like niggas is going? I stand with Kyrie. I stand with Kanye. You standing with the two dumbest niggas of the past 6 years, like loyally, and y'all, wait, hold up, and we talking about niggas that claim that be fronting they PhDs and shit, and it's like you dumbass niggas is really believing and standing in Kyrie and Kanye when they have let the black community down in a multitude of times, and who the fuck comes to the rescue like we goddamn Captain Save a nigga? Us fans. People that are like, oh, because that person has so much of an effect on my life, or they made that dope song, or they crossed the shit out of Steph Curry or whatever. That's the reason that I follow them. That shit is fucking stupid, is dangerous, and is out of control. Think for your fucking self.
I heard Charlemagne and Schultz talking about that to some degree. Like, you can't look to a nigga to do some shit that they aren't there to do. I've been saying that shit, I think, on here for a while. You can't look to motherfuckers to be something they're not. Kanye is a producer first, then a rapper.
He is not an actor.
Everything else we threw on this nigga, we hype this nigga up. We got him believing. What do you say today? I can say whatever I want and not go to jail. Yeah, technically, but try that shit in Russia, nigga. Fuck. It's not the same, dog. You can't keep hyping niggas up and making them out to be more than they are. When Kyrie said the earth is flat, I knew he was stupid. I knew it was over. That is not even dumb jock level shit. That's just dumb, nigga.
Yeah. Like, here's my thing. People want to say it's a, you know what? On some real shit, the only, like, one of very few niggas that I've seen stay real about this shit, true to this shit, and spoken on, like, just the past things that happen in sports is that's black. Two people, really, for real. Shannon Sharp and Jalen Rose. Shout out to like all my Detroit niggas. Like them, the only two that have kept it really fucking real. Niggas recant they shit like, oh, because LeBron did that shit, or say like, oh, Kyrie should play. We not talking about what the standards was to come back from the suspension and all that shit. We not giving context, and people were so caught up in the moment they not giving context. That's the problem. Context. Henry, let me break it down. Let me just break it down short to like
context is key, children. I don't know
context is key.
We've talked about this.
If you're a basketball fan, you understand. If you're not, I'm gonna break it down to probably you can understand enough. So he was in Cleveland Cavaliers. LeBron James said that he was gonna leave prior to him actually leaving. After his contract was done, I'm good. I'm gone. I'm gonna do the next thing. I delivered my shit to Cleveland. I delivered my promise. Kyrie decides, oh shit, you gonna leave? Nigga, fuck you. I want out. You ain't shit without me. I want out. What? Makes a whole roo-wah. They trade his ass. Trade him to Boston. Trade him to Boston where they have a current now top 5 MVP. One of the last year's defensive player of the year. First guard to do it in over 20 years, by the way. You have one of the best backcourts defensively in the league. And a whole slew of other like great role players and draft picks. What does he say? Oh, I'm mad because these niggas is young. And they 4 years younger than you, nigga. They're not mad and like they're not mature. Of course they not, nigga. They 19 and 20 years old. You're 25 at the time. Get over it. It's called being a leader. You work through the shit. No, I'm mad. I'm going to leave. Mind you, said that he was going to return to Boston at the end of his contract. And said, fuck y'all niggas, I'm going to Brooklyn. Went to Brooklyn. Decided that he couldn't play with the niggas that he was with in Brooklyn. Because they weren't organized enough. So, I'm not playing right now. We get KD. Get KD. He can't play right now. But I got to play for a minute to make it look like this team good. KD get healthy. What happens? Shit, nigga. I don't even want to get that shot, bro. I don't really believe in vaccinations, bro. Sorry. Can't even do that. Whole media issue over that. Fast forward to now. And you make even more of a deal than this is even a bigger issue than the vaccination shit was. It's all a step by step of you want to do shit your way. You haven't proved that you really can do shit post Bron, post your last championship. And that was prime LeBron James and youthful you. You haven't done shit past it. And you have the next best player to Bron in some arguments. With you right now, but you don't want to show up to play. You don't, and then you go on and insult. Josiah and them is Jewish, bro. You want to insult the motherfucker that pay you? Nigga, I swear to God, you insult me in front of my face, I pay you $40 million. You spit in my face. You decide not to return my texts, my calls until it's 8 days later. I'm going to shoot you in the fucking face. $40 million? For you not to play? For you not to play. Like, he got suspended without pay these last couple of, like, through the suspension. But we talking about prior to. For you not to play on some bullshit. And then you decide to insult me on top of that. Or insult my people.
So you saying like
that.
So what you're saying is there's a pattern, like he's shown a pattern clearly of his character outside of saying stupid shit from time to time.
I've already explained it on Kanye.
New stupid shit.
Yeah, I've already explained it on Kanye. That's why I'm just like, y'all niggas that follow Kanye are fucking gullible and stupid as fuck. For Kyrie, it's the same shit.
I wonder how that GoFundMe
he's a
is
terrible
going for
fucking
Kanye.
character. He's unreliable. He's a bad teammate. He's not a bright thinker, bro. Just because this nigga spent 1 year at Duke does not mean that this motherfucker is bright. I'm sorry. It does not mean that. It does not mean that because he has the best handle in the NBA that we should be paying attention to his political beliefs.
Well, that's why I say we put too much shit on it. Kyrie, remember that shit a few years ago? What was the bitch name? Fox News bitch, or she used to be. Laura Ingraham. That bitch. And I do mean bitch.
Speak with your chest.
She remember when she said LeBron should just shut up and dribble? LeBron, you know, however you gauge his intelligence, however you gauge his intelligence. Kyrie is an idiot. Kyrie is one of those people, I dare say, should just shut the fuck up and dribble.
I agree with you. But wait, fuck you Hotep niggas, because the reason why I agree with Busy 9-3 is because you're not smart enough to do anything else other than him, not black people, him.
But that's what I'm getting at. I think this nigga thinks we care more than we do, which I don't want to say it's like the Colin Kaepernick effect, but kind of is, which even Colin had to come back to playing the game. Nigga, you working on a foolproof exit strategy. Like, that's the shit that's blowing my mind. He's making sure not only does no team want him, but in a few years when nobody gives a fuck, we know that he's still an asshole enough to where nobody's still gonna want him. And he'll be even older. He's already 30. He only had about 8 more years in him anyway. Nobody's gonna want your bench player ass in 5 years, nigga.
No.
So if it's over now, it's over, nigga. It's over.
What I've been seeing today, and you know what, I thought this was like the realest shit, because I've been not paying attention to nothing what ESPN has been saying as far as the Kyrie shit, whatever, all week. FS1, don't even care. I don't care. Like I know where I'm at with it. And the day I decided, like, what the fuck is the rest of the world speaking on? The best show to speak that on would be Pardon the Interruption. I mean, not Pardon the Interruption. Around the Horn. And I don't really like Around the Horn that much, but I knew the subject was going to come up.
Right.
And the perfect lineup was there. Polish white guy, lesbian Latin woman, lesbian black, straight up black woman, gay Latin guy. Let's just speak this shit out. And I wanted to hear
the straight black guy talking about the straight black guy.
The straight black guy don't need to be there right now.
It kind of does. They're talking about a straight black guy. We're gonna throw that into the mix and make that
black
a point
woman
of
was there.
Thing.
Black woman was there.
Not a black man. Not a straight black man.
She can stand for all kings and stand for all kings in this moment, because this I'm really starting to see that either really on that side, or you really against it this week. In the last 2 weeks, like you really either you own Kyrie, Kanye, or you against it, bro. This is the one time in my life where I'm just like, Farrakhan, what the fuck are you talking about?
No, there's the middle ground, as there is with everything, or you just don't give a fuck. Doesn't matter. A lot of Jews don't care. There are a lot of niggas that don't care. A lot of white people that don't care.
If you really don't care, you probably didn't vote, and I don't really give a fuck about your opinion, no way. I don't give a fuck. I really don't.
I don't.
You're right. Like I'm gonna say, you really to me. You don't contribute to society in any way, so I could give a fuck.
That's not true.
How is it not?
Because just because you don't give a fuck about what 2 celebrities are doing does not mean you don't give a fuck about the fucking world.
When you're talking about world things, yeah, you do. It does.
No, because 2 niggas' opinion, rich or not, influence or not, don't fucking matter.
when it comes to the other 8 billion of us, which is
it does when
it
does when your platform dictates such much.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. Because yes, it does. Yes, it does. That's why the fuck this shit is important, and why motherfuckers are missing it. It's like, yo, if you got just 5,000 fans, and like the other person that if Kanye and Kyrie had 5,000 and 10,000 fans, total 15,000, no one give that much of a fuck. This conversation wouldn't even be relevant. We just be talking about these niggas about nothing.
That's not true. But if you do, that's not true. Because on Twitter, there are plenty of niggas that could follow out of them 15,000 that might feel a fucking way, and within that little bubble,
you can
argue about it. Nigga,
yes, but what I'm saying, you can argue about it. That's not.
That's what everybody doing now.
I'm trying to explain about it. But it's a bigger fucking result when you have somebody that has 30 plus million fans and 100 plus million fans having this completely fucking out of pocket conversation and starting this type of rhetoric. It is completely it's irresponsible.
I think it's only out of pocket to have as a conversation if you agree with it. But then even to that, it adds to the conversation of figuring it out because nigga, why do you feel that way?
Niggas feel that way, and here's the thing. I don't want to say niggas feel that way. There's people that feel that way because they are anti-white. There's people that feel that way because they are pro-Jewish. There's people that feel that way because they're anti-fucking Brooklyn Nets. There's all types of shit going on into play, and that's the problem. The platform between these two people. You know what? Fuck that. I'm being too nice. The platform between these two completely stupid, ignorant, dumb motherfuckers is too big for you to not add context. It's too big to not give some type of meaning into what and deep delve into why you're saying the ridiculous shit the way you're saying. Now, if you can hear me out. If you can give me a real legit reason, if you're Kanye West, a smart reason, I would say a smart reason, whether I agree with it or not, the reason why you feel like the Jewish community is holding you back. I still might feel like
they're holding him back. Personally, he never said that. He said they're holding us back. He said they have downplayed us. He said they have played my brothers, my people, me, and my people. He never. That's
wrong out the gate. That's wrong out the gate. That's wrong out the gate. Don't fucking believe in nobody that's. Hold up. Hear me out. Don't fucking believe in no goddamn body that's always since the introduction of him to us. He has been trying to gain the validation of white people. Don't let him right now, just because it's relevant, trying to tell you that he's riding for us. Y'all niggas is dumb as fuck.
All of that aside, though, that's what he said. All of that aside, though, that's how you feel about it. That's what he said.
But that's real. Context.
That's what he said, though.
Context. You show me your character. You're not gonna bring some shit on. You ain't gonna tell me some shit in fucking May and May, February, January, the year before, June, all up in from, and then and today and tell me oh no, man, I'm with Zion. Nigga, what?
Niggas can why? People can't change their mind. People can't change their thoughts, their thinking, or in this case, wait.
I don't like P. Davis in this case. The same bitch ass niggas calling a grown man skeet.
Or in this case, change their fucking way that they think it's what's the word? Progressive. They think it's progressive what they're doing and how they're being. They think they're right. You can't prove they're wrong because it's such a ridiculous thing to say in the first place. To say that one group of people is holding down any specific group of people outside of certain countries right now, in America, let's say, is specifically foot on your neck. It's not a collective thing, man. Every white person is not against every black person. Every Mexican is not against every Asian, nigga. Like it's not a. It's
I'm,
like
I'm
you
one.
can't generalize it like that. And
You
all of this
you
conversation
can't.
is generalization.
But that's the thing with Kyrie. When motherfucker, yeah, we used to be the Israelites and da 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 da. Pause. Hold up. I'm completely there for you. It like Egypt is Africa. If
So
the
what
Jews,
line
wait,
do we
hold up.
cross?
If the Jewish people were enslaved and made the pyramids and were enslaved in Egypt through reign after reign of Pharaoh, and then those people left, those Jewish people left, those Israelites, those Africans left, and they went to the promised land, they reached Jerusalem and all that shit. Oh yeah. First Jew I even knew straight up. It's a black person. So it's not impossible. It's not impossible. It's not saying that your lineage don't come from that. But nigga, to discard the fact that there's a whole like 45, 48 plus other countries in Africa which our people could come from, it's fucking ridiculous, yo. Like mathematically, it's crazy as hell.
I think that's taking it.
I'm Mayan. Like, I know my math, fam. Like, no, that shit's wild.
I think that's taking it deeper than what the fuck they're saying. I think what they're saying is what they think is correct in terms of referencing that shit. But they also they're not history majors, nigga. You ain't never heard one of these niggas talk about history unless they was talking about this shit, which means they got it from somewhere else. And that shit just influenced them.
You absolutely
fine, because that's where everybody gets shit. But you know what? When a motherfucker just says some shit, right or wrong, depending on your influence, yeah, it should affect you. But at the same time, you also can't ask a motherfucker to be more than what they are. We keep asking Kanye to get it right. Shut the fuck up, dude. He's not. No. That's not how it works for them. For a lot of people, if you find yourself in that situation, niggas telling you got 100,000 niggas telling you shut the fuck up, Joe. That's the one time you probably gonna definitely be like right or wrong, nigga. Fuck y'all, right?
Depending on who's telling me to shut the fuck up.
It's everybody you love plus 100,000.
I might shut the fuck up. I'm gonna shut the fuck up off the sense. Like if the people I love is like, yo, nigga, you need to shut the fuck up. All right.
But when you just want to be a dick, you won't. Or maybe you don't want to be a dick. Maybe you just want to prove a point, or you think you're right. You just think you're right. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. This is my. I'm gonna get
to the yes man point. I'm gonna get to the yes man point.
There is no yes man point. We all know they both have too many people around them, both of them niggas, that are enabling this bullshit. Not enough people around either of them.
I would say that more for Kanye than Kyrie. I would say that more for Kanye than Kyrie because
it's equal for both. Because look at the situation both of them are in. It got them to the same fucking place.
But here's the thing. For Kanye, really unemployed, but, you know, Kanye has ostracized himself from a single player game.
Significantly harder to do business.
Like you have ostracized yourself from a single player game, meaning that nobody want to play with you or help you do what you do. But this is a single player game. You can do this by yourself. No one wants to work with you. Or it's detrimental to someone else's career if they play with you. For the Brooklyn Nets situation with Kyrie, it's different. In the sense of like, nigga, he actually under contract. He technically needs to play this year for him to get his money and for the organization, for them to get the value of what they're paying for him. Or half of like, because mind you, this is what people don't know. If he does not play, and even if they're not paying him, let's say they suspend him for the entire year. They cannot, unless they indefinitely suspend him, or they have like a reasonable grounds, they can't use that $40 million to get nobody else. That's already a part. It's a cap driven league. So you already have spent or dedicated that 40 M's. Even if Joe saw himself like, nigga, I'm worth X plus billion dollars, nigga. I can spend another 40. No, you can't.
About things that don't matter though.
No, what I'm saying is no, I'm talking about things that matter. Legal terms.
The money and shit doesn't matter.
No, the money matters. The money matters. The money matters in the sense of like, nigga, it ain't helping the team up. If you get rid of Kyrie, there ain't like you don't get that $40 million to be able to pay somebody else. You don't get that. You won't get that opportunity to bring somebody else in and say like, all right, we're gonna pay 6 role players that are really good and pay and to bring them in to make up for that because we have this $36 million, let's per se, to be able to work around. You don't get that. That's gone.
If the
you dedicated that to him, you dedicated that lot to that player. Whether you pay him or not, that's on you.
You can do all of that. But if the money mattered, when you put it in that place, you stick by your investment if the money matters. If you make an investment to a stock and that shit drop, have a bad fucking day, you don't just go and run and pull all your money out because it had a bad fucking day or a bad fucking week. You leave it there and you let it recover because you trust that stock. When you make a $40 million investment, or in fucking Adidas case, $1 billion investment, regardless to the aesthetic and the workings of the paperwork, when and if you do some shit, if you fucking up right now, you fuck up this money, or you fuck up your image, your whole thing that's gotten you this money. It's just, nigga, we can write that L. We can ride that L. We can write that L off. That $40 million is gonna hurt, maybe.
Both these fools have had 3 L's.
Get away from us.
3. Both these fools have had 3 major L's.
Leave.
Both of them. Both of them had 3 major L's. If anybody has been to really jail, prison for real, 3 strikes, you done. You done.
Nigga.
You clearly don't want to get with the program. You clearly don't want to like simply just speak your mind and give context, whether you feel away or don't feel away, or whether you're smart enough to like actually voice that or not. That's you know what I'm saying. That's up for debate or opinion. Cool, whatever. But you chose not to do that. That was your choice. You were in that pocket. That's where you stand. All right, cool. If you are there, if that's who you are, then that's fine. We do not have to champion that person because they share the same race, gender, or creed. We do not have to do that. That is not up to us. I've been seeing one of my heroes. Which is Malcolm X.
Make them influential.
Yeah.
How is it not up to us?
No, what I'm saying, you can wrongfully politicize somebody. Niggas have been putting Kyrie Irving and Kanye West up next to fucking Malcolm X, y'all.
When someone is influential and in the public, period, that's part of it. You might have your words publicized or politicized. That doesn't mean you meant them in a political way. How many comedians get things written about them out of context?
Laughter comes from pain, laughter comes from real pain. It comes from life's experience. I think when you're making a joke and you're coming in there to see, I think it's the most ridiculous thing on earth when people go to a comedy show and they're asking people or they want people to be politically correct.
It's not a real comedy show.
It's not. Yeah, it's not. It's not.
That's a frat party. I don't know what the fuck that is.
Yeah, it's not. It's not. You asking people to be politically correct to make your feelings feel, to make you feel good about your feelings, but you're not going to acknowledge the art that is the comedy, to make some type of laughter sometimes through pain. Fun fact, for those that are unaware or not privy to what happened stateside on November 11th, 2001, that caused a lot of shit. Like in New York anyway, that caused a big shutdown within
everything.
And everything. But stand-up comedians even feeling okay to tell a joke because of how serious and how real that shit was, and how affected we all as a nation were. And what a lot of them figured out was once the clubs started opening up.
You can't compare this to 9/11.
No, I'm. Can I cook?
Yeah.
Can I cook? 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 No, it's not. It's not a hell of a part. My point is, can you? If I can get to it. The point is, like when the clubs opened up, that laughter was, even though people made 9/11 jokes, it was an escape. It was a release for most people. That laughter, because it wasn't in seriousness. And in that moment, that was when the world needed to joke the most. It was like kind of like the worst thing could have possibly fucking happened. And it did. And somehow, some way, we still came up with a way to laugh through that terrible time. That's comedy. That's a box. That's comedy.
Comedy in context.
I contexted.
I didn't say you were out of context. I said that is what you just described is comedy in context.
Know what I'm saying? Like with what I said, I contexted it for a specific point. If you were from an opposite point if you were from Australia and knew what the fuck happened in New York and then came to like New York and shit and went to a comedy club, you probably be like, what? Why are these people laughing? It's a very serious situation that's going on. You weren't there. It affected you different. You watched it on the news. It affected these people specifically a certain type of way. That laughter was needed. It gave something. You know what I'm saying? It gave a hope to people. What Kanye with Kyrie is not giving hope.
It's not his job to do that. It's his job to dribble a fucking ball. That's his job. Right. That's what he gets $40 million for. He doesn't get $40 million.
But what I said before, he's not doing that. He hasn't done that.
But that's what he's losing everything for. That's what he's willing to give up everything for, apparently.
He is not playing ball. I saw a tweet earlier today said that Kawhi Leonard was like the first ever part-time basketball player. And I'm like, no, that's bullshit. That's bullshit.
I can see why a nigga would say that.
I see why he said that, but I was like, that's bullshit. And the reason why it was bullshit is because I'm like, you know what? I think that nigga has a psychological thing in his head is even if he's 98%, he's not healthy enough to go play. If he's not 100, he's not gonna go play.
But you can easily see how that looks like a nigga not pulling the trigger though.
Yeah, I see that. That's me. That's where I stand. But when it comes down to Kyrie and shit, like this nigga makes up excuses for not playing. Jaylen Brown has done a lot. His former teammate has done a lot for his community in Boston, for the black community.
I've been seeing them little memes float around on Twitter where it's like Jaylen Brown's philanthropy versus Kyrie's, and it's like, Kyrie, shut the fuck up.
I didn't even see that. I'm saying this. I'm saying this based off of what I know. Based me following the NBA, players that I know are great, players that I know are good and smart, and he's a smart guy. I know he was signed to Donda Sports, bro. I know how genuine of a guy he is. He is one of those players. Jaylen Brown is one of those guys that's like, you know what? I'm trying to support black business in the best way I possibly can. with my platform as I possibly can. I think he's going to be the like a future president of the Players Association for the NBA. He's a smart guy. Like, he's not dumb, but I think he's overly loyal as well. But anyway, when you compare the shit that he's done off the court for his community, for black people during the pandemic, the whole fucking slew. Guess what? If this nigga wasn't hurt, he wasn't missing a fucking game. Don't tell me because Kyrie said, I got personal reasons why I got to leave and not be with the sport or and everything like that. And he donated $500,000 to this charity. Like, that's the reason. No, because Jaylen Brown did the same shit. He just got a max. He showed up to that game on Tuesday.
That's the only thing I think that's not fair about that comparison. Jaylen Brown
he showed up.
But wait though. That reason right there, him showing up, is exactly why it's not a fair conversation. You're comparing a player doing what he's supposed to doing, what the fuck he gets paid the $40+ million to do, versus a nigga that gets that same, if not more, and finds ways to do less. It's not the same thing.
No, what I'm saying is one person trying to be one person and trying to say they was like
both of them niggas is trying to be one thing. Only difference is only one of them niggas is really that. And it's not discrediting Kyrie's philanthropy. He's done a lot of things, given a lot of money. It's not really something you compare when it comes to that.
But there's no excuse to not show up for work.
Don't say who's giving more, they're the better person. That's ridiculous. But at the same time,
when your job, like
you can't do your job properly, right?
Yeah, exactly. You're not doing your job. You're not doing your job. Like, look, Marshawn Lynch, the greatest to ever dodge a reporter's question of all time. He's the GOAT at it. Thanks. I'm just here so I don't get fined.
Ain't nothing wrong with saying it.
Nope. I'm just niggas with like. Here's the thing. I've never had to do a press conference, but I've felt losses in games. I've been on teams where I felt losses. And if someone like and being in that just the locker room with a bunch of niggas that lost, it's not a good feeling. Yeah. It's anger, it's sadness, it's self-pity. It's a bunch of shit going on in that locker room. To where it's like, yeah, I got to shower 10 minutes, get myself together, and fresh out of the shower, nigga, reporters in my face. How do you feel about this? You got to go to the podium. Yo, what's up about that? I feel that. I feel that. You trying to process an L, niggas asking you about your personal shit. I feel that. I feel it 100%.
Comes with the job. Whatever you about to say,
it comes with the job. It does come. It definitely comes with the job. When you the superstar or a superstar, if you one of the leaders on that team, you one of the highest scoring players on that team, you had the best, one of the best nights on that team. Even if you are just one of the leaders and you have a bad night, guess what? They want to talk to you. What did you see? What happened? What's going on with your game? What did you see with the other team's scheme? Whatever the fuck. It's part of your job because you are who you are, and they pay you that $40 million because you are a superstar or are a star of or at worth of a max deal for you to go up there and talk to the motherfuckers. You may not want to. Give them the, I'm just here so I don't get fined. That's an answer. Or you can give a real legit answer and clarify all your shit and move on from it.
He did that. And niggas ran with it and said, that's not an answer. You can't say that. Now we're here.
He gave no context. The apology, felt like.
He broke down to everybody step by step how he found that movie and what made him tweet that and why he won't not untweet it. What more do you want? He already told you. That's how he feels, unfortunately.
You know what? At this point,
that's what it is.
At this point, At this point right now. This is how much full of shit I think Kyrie Irving is. Fuck Kanye. We already know how I feel about him. I would put $1 million down. Don't have it. Put $1 million down.
Nigga said, I'm far off for this bet.
I'll go find the last nigga that won the lottery and got that shit in cash. And then finesse that motherfucker in the front meter shit. $1 million cash. Saying that we track Kyrie Irving's genealogy back, his ancestry back, as far as we could possibly go without running into a stop. It more than likely won't go to Jerusalem.
Yeah.
It more than likely wouldn't go back to ancient Egypt and Cairo. I can guarantee.
Those are two different places, but yeah.
Yeah, but if the Egyptians left,
I mean, you could.
If the Jews left Giza and went into Jerusalem, you know what I mean? Like at some point, I'm saying, as far as record, if we can't get it back to there, there's too many.
I had a fucking geography.
There's too many of us. There's too many black people, Afro Latinos, all of just different races of our color, to where it's all of us that we're generalizing this thing into being a we're all Israelites thing. That's impossible. And it's almost in a kind of way disrespectful to every other nation that isn't Egypt and in Africa, in my opinion. Because you just discounting the fact that there's people in Kenya, there's people from Nigeria, the Congo, Mozambique, Zimbabwe, South Africa. Like you completely disregard all that other shit. Like there weren't people there, like there weren't tribes there that weren't enslaved and put into the slave trade and sent to America and the West Indies. Like that's fucking absurd.
Yeah. But I mean,
numbers dictate that. Numbers, pure fact. Fuck whether you give about science or genealogy. Numbers.
Whether you win that,
it's the biggest fucking continent on the globe, and we gonna say like, nah. We all Israelites, so we all went into fucking Jerusalem. All of us, collectively, all of Africa.
Whether you win that bet or lose that bet, at the end of the day, what them niggas is saying, both of them collectively, whether it's to the people it's pissing off, and to the people that don't care, and to the people that feel like he's right, at the end of the day, it's just two niggas talking. It does not matter. Them niggas hold no real power.
They don't, you know,
they can't write a law. They can't do, even if they do believe the bullshit.
They hold
that
no
we all
real
know they
power
don't,
unless we give them that power. And that's my point. Stop giving people your power that are completely undeserving of it and would mislead it and misuse it.
And not only that, I feel like a good way to combat that is not only combat it, but just keep it in check. It's just considering it like it's what it is. Stop putting shit on people, even if they want to politicize themselves. Stop putting that shit on people to be more than what they are. If you know a nigga to play basketball, when he start talking about politics, whatever the fuck he feels doesn't really matter. So if for some reason he's talking about it, outside of it pissing people off and not looking good, it doesn't matter. It's not really hurting nobody. The nigga retweeted that shit. The shit was on Amazon for 4 years and nobody gave a fuck. So much so, the fucking director upped the price. You got to pay like $50 to rent that shit. Now it was $10 when Kyrie tweeted the shit. Fuck out of here, man. It's bullshit.
And it's still not right, though. And it's even more not right at the fact that the nigga tweeted the shit and didn't watch it. Didn't read the book.
I don't know. I'm just over
it. I'm over it too. But like that's why it like my attack isn't more or less today towards those people. It's not towards Kanye or Kyrie, because I've already placed them in a highly stupid, you are illogical, you should not mean nothing to the black society as people. I've already placed you in that. Like that, it's the stop following people because they are shit. I don't want, if I say some dumb shit, please, by all means, stop me. Tell me, yo, Joe, you out of pocket.
No,
like
I could do that, but if you feel as though you're getting past Kyrie and Kanye on just a human level, if a motherfucker does that, you may or may not listen. Whether or not you're right after I tell you that, all I did was try to help you and just be like, nah, I think you're wrong, nigga. If you're right,
but
maybe
you
know something
but
I
you
don't,
and
but
I have
wrong,
both been in that pocket where it's like even over our situations to where it's like, yo, we've asked other people like, yo, am I bugging or not? Am I wrong or not? Because if I'm wrong, let me go apologize to my mans because I'm wrong.
I mean, but you're usually asking people
tell me that. Don't agree with me because you hearing my story or hearing what I have to say. Please tell me I'm wrong or if I'm right.
I feel like though when you do that, that's kind of this is just the psychologist in me talking. I've always felt like that's a roundabout way of really asking to be told you're right. When you sitting up talking about am I crazy? Am I wrong? Nigga, tell me I'm wrong then. You know you're right when you're saying that. There's no need to even do all of that. You just want other people to confirm to you that you're what you already know. Because you're making a show of it, basically. If you know you're right, it's very easy to just be like, oh, that's how you feel?
No, because I'm saying like, no, because, and I hate to bring this up as a reference, but it's relevant to the time, to the topic. Hitler and his people swore to God they was right. They made a whole Christian reason on why they had to attack the Jews, and this was the reason why, and it's the reason why the economy is shit, and we have to eradicate the Jews. That's the only fucking way that we can be okay. And people believe that shit because the person in power, like there was no social media. But the person in power and the people's in power dictated such that to where it became a common thought process within people that weren't Jewish in Nazi Germany. So and then it makes it easier. Like, all right, yeah, I got fired from my job today.
That's not,
but that's the point. But that's what happened. It's like I got fired from my job today, and the person like I walked past my old workplace. And the person that used to that did the job that does the job that I used to do had a yarmulke on.
Well, yeah, fuck? Everybody
and then you make that, and then you have that whole drive.
There's a subset of people. Well, I'm not gonna say a subset. There are people because it's not like it's really not normal to think it. It's just weird to hold on to it. It's easy to think that if you lose a position, if you down on everything in your life different and fucked up, and you see another nigga and multiple people in other situations that look happier than yours compared to yours, you put that on it and you walk around and hold that, yeah, nigga, you might get bitter. You might start being like, damn, why them white folks got so much money and I don't? Why didn't you old black motherfucking angry motherfuckers are a perfect example of that. Just like old Jews are an example of that, because them niggas is paranoid of everything, as far as I know. And just like a lot of old black people, paranoid of everything. And it usually circulates around that fear of, I don't want to push it too far. You can't worry about pushing it too far, but you also, in not worrying about pushing it too far, you might go to Kanye levels or Kyrie levels and just be that wrong and that loud at the same time.
Well, you're that loud, but that goes to the followers saying or your platform. You're only that loud based on how you are or who you are. If Kyrie Irving was,
but you're not who you are because you hold power.
Hear me out. If Kyrie Irving was, let me give a good example. If he was motherfucking Michael Porter Jr., somebody that you a role player in facilitating the best results for the star player. You have injury issues. Yeah, you're young, but your upside's high, but your downside is very, very low. And you say some shit like that, you gone, son. It wouldn't even matter. Because it would be like, all right, yo bullshit ain't simple. Your bullshit ain't worth what we get. Because it would be like, your high is high. Your value is way lower than your high. I mean, as far as low days. And you a liability. Because we can't really trust you to go up in front of reporters and not act a nut and an asshole. Or we can't trust you to go home and not do some fuck shit. Imagine how this nigga manager felt, or manager feels. I don't know if it's his mama or whoever. Everybody switches up, mamas, uncles, whoever. But if it was some random person, like somebody that he hired, and they had to do work to facilitate the continuation of the Nike deal that was supposed to go expired, and then that nigga wakes up and sees Kyrie did that. It's like, yo, fuck all the other clients I got. I got to deal with you for the next like 90 days to make sure that I can even at least get paid.
Yeah.
Like, you fucking up a lot without context. You can simply, ladies, I hope y'all listening. If you simply give context to certain shit, everything goes so much better. Niggas that are in toxic relationships and you don't realize that you the toxic nigga. If you give context to certain shit, everything will go so much better. You don't have to fall down on the stake because it's like, they put me here. I'm gonna die here. No, that's dumb. Don't let other people put you on the stake. Stand for yours if that is. If you have a good mindset for it, if you can like give context to it, if you can explain that. Stop fucking like I'm in their minds like this because I'm done talking about it. Stop following dumb niggas because they're niggas. And because they have money or because they have so many followers on Instagram. Stop it. Because all y'all niggas look dumb. Every motherfucker in the Hotep hat and shit, and it's like, I stand with Kyrie, you niggas is dumb.
That's
Period. I ain't got nothing. I have nothing more to say about that shit. Fuck Kyrie, fuck Kanye. Done.
You know what you should do?
Okay, pause.
You should go on Twitter, make a fucking fake Kyrie page and a fake Kanye page,
and verify
blue check mark. Buy you a blue check mark and motherfucking go ahead and tweet out as them all the shit you want them to tweet.
No, because I think that would make them heroes.
I don't know.
No,
the contrast might be good. I'm convinced though that Elon is trying to make Twitter non-existent at this point.
I think
I'm
Elon.
convinced. I thought it was a smart play at first, or it was just for the joke and the meme. I think he's very seriously and very quietly to himself trying to make sure this is no longer a platform that anybody uses.
No, people, because you tweeted about that shit earlier.
The
I think
amount of
yesterday or
blue check
today,
marks,
and he
I've
was
seen.
no, but he tweeted like so many people complain about using Twitter on Twitter. I think it's hilarious. It was like, and I'm like, yeah,
Yeah,
I feel,
nigga, because the shit sucks to some degree.
I will say from
All
my
of this
experience,
bullshit, he still ain't added an edit button.
from my everyday,
Elon.
I'm seeing a lot less titties, and I don't like that. I have to like follow more titties to try and get more titties into my like timeline, and I was like, yo, that's ridiculous because it's and then the blue checkmark titties ain't showing all the titties no more, and that's like, what the fuck? Can you pay $8? You ain't gonna show no nip, bitch. You crazy? Like,
no, I gotta recoup this 8 on this OnlyFans. Nigga, fuck you for free now. Nigga, no.
she got she got 36 new subscribers as soon as she got the blue check, nigga. Like, nah, that's not even valuable math.
Now you gotta click up. Now you gotta click the blue check to see if the nigga got it for being actually influential or bought it. Like that's the only way you can really see.
Oh, nigga, I got caught up something crazy yesterday because I was scrolling down, scrolling through Twitter and shit, and I see Adrian Wojnarowski. Now, if you're not familiar with ESPN, a Woj bomb when it comes down to basketball is big. Like when that nigga say some shit, nigga stop, and the game is like, yo, Woj is speaking. What just happened? Who's suspended? Who got traded? What's the word? Woj is the basketball guy. I saw a Woj say the Nets have released Kyrie Irving per report from The Athletic.
Yeah, I saw that shit. I thought
and
that
I was
shit
like,
was real.
hold up, what the fuck? I'm like, I ain't getting no notification. I'm checking phones, opening up iPads and laptops and shit, like searching 3 different Googles and Yahoos, trying to figure out what the hell it was. And I realized it was like one of those Woj parody accounts or whatever that's like that just has a blue check. And I'm just like, no, come on, bro. Like at a certain point, I was like, yo, y'all really fired that nigga for that shit? Like, damn. No, like, yo, I ain't saying I was surprised, but it's like,
I thought it was real. I seen that same tweet come to my phone. I was like, word? This nigga really let that shit happen?
Yeah, my shit was like, you really let it get so fucked up. Like, you did so bad that you got fired from a job they was willing to let you come back to.
I mean,
and you find like in my head, I'm like, all right, yeah, that's Kyrie. He fired himself. Let me see what happened. And it wasn't real. And I'm like, oh, okay. Okay, for sure.
All I know is this nigga Elon seems to not like Twitter as much as he says and said, and his fucking bank account says on top of that. Because $44 billion for a meme is a lot of money. But $44 billion to also then do it for the meme, but then to lay off more than half of the staff and then tell the remaining half they have to work more hours and can't leave the fucking office on the weekends. You don't want this to be a thing, do you? You don't want this to work. You don't want this to work, nigga. No, you don't. No, you don't. I know you run Tesla like that, but nigga, this is Twitter. Nigga, it's different. This isn't a car company, bro. Jack Dorsey came out and apologized to the whole staff and said, I'm sorry I left. I should have never left. My bad.
Yeah.
The little casual day they had where everybody could just kind of chill around the office, done. Nigga, nope, get on that fucking computer, nigga. This shit right. That shit is terrible, bro.
I mean, Twitter has gone into a completely different space. Like I'm kind of like, I'm at the point where I'm thinking about making a TikTok.
You don't have one?
No.
It's quite an interesting place.
My
I
wife shows me
realized
all.
earlier this
My wife
week.
shows me all the time, and I'm just like, y'all niggas really be doing a lot for a lot of fucking likes, huh? Like at this point, I look at it like that. Y'all niggas be doing a lot for some likes, huh?
Yeah, it's that. I don't know. It's it's the closest thing I've seen since Periscope that's a very accurate depiction of the current human condition.
No, that's
Like that
Twitter right
shit
now.
is interesting in terms of like what people are willing to do for likes, and then what people are just willing to say and show about themselves.
That's
You
Twitter in
could,
the past 2 weeks. Like no, I've really seen
no, but
some.
Twitter's not the same in the sense that like you see it. You have to read it on Twitter. You can
Oh
see
no,
the
I like
video clip
reading
of
it because it comes from your
different on
brain.
TikTok. It's like
Like
channel surfing.
like what you're saying is coming from your brain. Like that's something that you feel like when I tweet some wild shit, it's because I find it really, really funny. It drove me to tears. Like I can't not share this with the world.
Yeah, but nigga,
But
written isn't as powerful as video.
exactly.
Video is the
But
ultimate.
I will say that. But when you type out what you feel, you see it before you do it. Like before you send that tweet. You can see like, all right, the first 10, 15 seconds of this video turned out good, post it. But when you really type some shit and you press tweet or press send, you spend some time on that. Like you spend, no, I'm saying if you a logical person, you look at that shit and like, all right, cool. Because I look for grammar, not like grammar as far as these and thous and making sure everything's good. Is that the they isn't a the, you know what I mean? Shit, little shit like that.
Well, that's because you can't edit a tweet.
Yeah, and so
that's the fault of Twitter. That's not people not paying attention to what they're doing. You can mistype something and read it once, hit send, and just go about your day, and then read it later on that day and be like, oh fuck.
Yeah, but
I typed A.
But that's a that's a they or your overall point of or the topic of the sentence or the statement is that.
You get that across way better on video.
I don't get that because you can do some shit for the troll of the funny and
the
make
world
it addictive.
Because like, that's the case.
Yeah, I'm gonna say like you can do something of the. I can make a TikTok video of what Kyrie should have said.
I'd probably be I'm sure it's people on there doing that already.
Yeah,
probably getting
100%,
whatever amount of likes they are.
Yeah, and it's 100. But if I did a Kyrie should have said on Twitter, it's not probably taken the same way. I understand.
No, you just have to read it. You can still format that joke in a written way and still make it funny. It's just probably gonna go over better on video.
Yeah, but
like a podcast.
But that
just
goes into
let
the point
niggas
of
read the transcript every week. But why?
Yeah, but you've written music. I've written music. Just because you read some shit that may be dope lyrics doesn't mean that you hear that same context that the person that
That's
wrote
not a fair comparison. It's a different medium. They're all three are different mediums of consuming the same thing. So it's not really like, I guess it's just really like what's more popular at the time. It's not really even about how you consume it best, because like you said,
it is how you consume it best, actually, because it's like if you consume TikTok over Twitter, over Instagram or Facebook,
but the majority usually dictates that though. So if the majority is on TikTok, that would tell me that as a whole, more people are influenced by video right now, as opposed to in 2009 when it was Twitter was that thing. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I refuse to make a TikTok because most of these dumb motherfuckers that can barely fucking that don't believe in voting are on TikTok. So I really don't fuck with
That's
it.
the funny shit, nigga. Everybody, nigga, it's 70-year-olds that got funny ass fucking TikToks, bro. It's this one dude, bro. This nigga's hilarious. It's this dude. He got to be our age. He lives with his grandma, or his grandma. I'm sure his grandma lives with him, but they have this ongoing skit where they like chase each other around the house with Nerf guns and like be plotting on each other and shit. So she be making videos trying to prank that nigga and be setting him up with the Nerf shit to light his ass. It's this whole, bro. It's a great depiction of humors, bro, in the best and the worst sense. Because you see some shit that'll turn your stomach and then slide to some shit that'll warm your heart in like 3 minutes. Like that's the drasticness of what's on there. Like it's crazy.
Yeah, I don't need that. I guess I would say like I don't need it. I think it's kind of like ridiculous that for people to want to need it. In a sense, the realness of me, the real nigga in me, thinks that what I am doing right now is the most ridiculous shit on the face of the earth. But people tune in. People want to listen to it. People want to watch it. And that is psychologically something to get used to.
Yeah, I don't know if it's I wonder that sometimes. I don't know if it's weirder to want to do it or if it's weirder to not want to do it. And I say that meaning where we are in history, not in terms of like all time, just right now. I feel like I don't know which one is more normal, to have all of this going on around you and be like, nah, because naturally that's the inclination usually, is to be like, yeah, it's probably not. I don't know about that. But then you see it or you get exposed to it and you do it and you like it, and then it becomes a thing. And then more people do it than not do it. And it's like, so why isn't that normal though? Is it not normal? Is it the new normal? I don't know. Like I be thinking about that shit sometimes.
I think
I feel like it's just the new normal. Like that other shit is normal too, where you feel where it's like you pull back from it and be like, eh. But then when you kind of make it a part of what you do and you make it work for you, it's just another thing you do, you know?
I think our overall dependency on acceptance from other people will be the downfall of our humanity.
Nah.
And
If that
I
was
feel
the
that
case, we wouldn't have made it this far.
no, I feel that way now because it's now more or less about how we feel. And it's not just about how we feel about our religion or our race or where we live. It's about my feeling of acknowledgement of everything. And I have always thought like the one thing that's going to destroy us is how much we give too much feeling to shit that realistically shouldn't be ignored. Like you should still see a psychiatrist or shrink or get on talk space or whatever, or calm or whatever the fuck you need to. You still need to get on that. But the way we feel dictates too much.
I think it's always dictated
over
it's
feeling
just more, it's louder
leads
now.
to illogicalness. That's
it's always been like that though.
And
it's just more amplified because everybody can say how they feel now.
But that's why I say like that's our downfall.
I don't think that's a downfall. I think it's just
I think it is. I really think it is.
Like I feel like everybody should have their, like, today in 2022 and on, as far as we can see right now, AI and all of this other shit
virtual reality, augmented reality, I feel like everybody, in a sense, should have their own audience. In the sense that not like Drake level, like everybody has a million fans, it funds your whole lifestyle, but everybody should have their own kind of, if they can, and if they're that type of person, have that type of motherfucking community where you kind of have that. You have other people that know you, even though it might just be parasocial. I feel like that's more important now than it's ever been in the 1900s, period. From the hundreds, the zeros to the 90s, nigga. It didn't fucking matter if 1,200 people knew you. Today, that could be the difference whether or not you make rent. Maybe. I think it's just depending on, I guess, where you come from, how you take shit. It's more important than ever to maybe go against that first feeling of like not being on camera, for instance. Like me, we all know I'm not a nigga that I never was a nigga prior to doing podcasting and doing all the shit I do now. Motherfucking wanted to be on camera for any reason, for a lot of reasons. Now it's like, all right, whatever. Whether you end up in one way or another, it's kind of become like a thing that I just do now. You know what I mean? Yeah, I feel like a lot of people kind of just end up like, so it becomes just another thing you do. It's but just how you do it is how you do.
But that's why even I feel, even for me, I try to put the way I feel about a certain subject or topic that we're talking about aside from the way I think about it.
So if you do that, then why can't you separate those two in the sense that, like, let's say if you were to do it, for instance, like,
because they affect both.
They affect both, but both ideas can grow, or both ideals can grow. Both ideologies can grow from just exploring some shit. Because, like I said, I'm not the type of nigga that would have told you a year ago, yeah, nigga, I'm gonna be worried about making a YouTube video every week. Not that guy. Never been that guy. Now, it's kind of weird when I don't do it.
Feelings, yeah, I'm gonna say like no.
And I feel like TikTok is like that. Like that's a great example as a whole.
I'm never gonna be that nigga. I'm never gonna be that nigga on any form, shape, or way. I'm sorry for what other people may want to feel or want from me. Like that's. I'm sorry. I don't give a fuck about your feelings.
I'm not talking about what people want for you. I'm saying just you.
I'm saying in general. I'm comfortable of how I feel. I'm comfortable. I don't need nobody else's validation for shit. I don't need anyone else's bullshit for shit. But also in that same sense,
you can do both. Though you just said that. They affect both.
Also, can I finish?
But they affect. That's what I mean. You said it. They affect both.
I was speaking on them separately, but thank you for speaking on what the fuck I'm saying. But I'm like offset of that. Fuck, I lost my whole point. Thank you. Thanks. Moving on. Thanks. I'm done with these with these two niggas. I'm just done. I'm done. What? I'm done with these two niggas. I'm done. Moving on.
We're talking about them. What are you talking about?
Still, overall, the TikTokness. I'm just done. I stand where I stand.
Well, I was saying, why didn't you? I was surprised you don't have a TikTok already. I thought you already had one. Like you just scroll through.
No, I think it's
like I do. Like
I think all social media on every form and way is fucking corny. Because to keep it 100, everybody shouldn't have a voice.
That's true. But you don't know that until everybody does.
I don't give a fuck. No. It was before.
You would never know. Everybody shouldn't have one.
If you were around pre-social media and shit, you knew a bunch and you knew enough dumb niggas where it was like, these niggas are not Martin Luther King. These niggas are not Malcolm X. The nigga can't speak. Like these niggas are not Bill Clinton or fucking Farrakhan or whoever the fuck you look up to. These niggas are not that. You know that. You know off the rip, they should not be speaking to anybody like on a massive platform. But massive platform happens to come about, and now you got these same dumb motherfuckers inspiring inspiration and emotion amongst people who are still or dumber than them to believe in such a thing.
I feel like if Twitter goes down the drain, it's inevitable that everybody goes to TikTok. Even if it's not the post, it's just going to be it's millions of people that got profiles for the same thing you just said. Like, I might create one now. Same shit. So I feel like if
I was joking, I wasn't serious.
Okay, you say you're not serious, but then where do you go to consume information in that way that's not Twitter? Instagram's not that. You gonna go back to Facebook? Have fun.
I read. I pick up books. I read newspapers. I look at the news. I was like,
we're not talking about what you do to enhance your intelligence. We're talking about in the sense of social media.
I don't give a fuck
social media platform.
How many times have I told you through the past 6 years, 7 years? I don't give a fuck about social media. I don't.
Okay.
I will not care about
one you like and regularly consume goes away and doesn't exist anymore. Then what fulfills that thing?
I grew up in the 90s.
Media, don't say books.
I don't care that much about that shit.
What?
The fuck you mean? It happened. It happened because of us. We can stop it, or we can stop using it if we want to. We're not 16, 18 years old.
I'm not saying what
it's not a dependency on what the fuck like. It's a determination on what or how I get. No, you're not hearing what I'm saying. It's not a determination on whether or not I get news or not. It's not, or how I get it.
I get that. I'm not talking about how you consume news. I'm saying in the sense of one social media platform going away, what would replace that? Hypothetically, if you gave a fuck, what would replace Twitter out of the ones that exist for you? What's the first
I don't
one
give a fuck to think about it, Bistrick. What the fuck did you not hear? Y'all been some deaf niggas this whole fucking Friday. Like I have been saying, I do not care. If I consume some, like I'm not looking for the next thing to replace something if something else goes away. I don't care about that. This is secular. Me associating myself on Twitter or Instagram or whatever, that's secular. I don't give that much of a fuck. I don't give nothing else that's not me more power over me than me. Period.
I'm just saying what you consume for entertainment. You don't worry about all of that shit when you go to watch a movie.
I'm talking
about social media. That's entertainment. I boil it down to entertainment. Maybe that's what it is. You look at it as a very serious thing. I don't look at it like that. I look at social media as pure entertainment. Anybody that takes that shit too serious is a ridiculous person.
I look at it as stupid.
Entertainment.
No, it's not entertaining me. It's stupidity to me. It's complete utter idiocy.
It could be.
Complete utter idiocy. Period. And most times than not. 93% of the time, what I see on social media, I am not entertained by.
Well, the point I was trying to make was I think that most people would, because it's not 2009 and Twitter isn't that main focus, that isn't the main way that people consume that type of entertainment or information. Naturally, the next progression would be TikTok. If a thing like Twitter goes away, you're just going to go to TikTok. They get bigger. That becomes more so, even more than now, the dominant form of how people consume information, and shit gets even harder to dissect. Flat the fuck out.
Look, nigga.
If you one of the niggas that don't give a fuck as hard TikTok as you don't give a fuck, salute to you, because nigga, that's an easy way to just be like, hey, I'll figure it out somewhere else. Most niggas spend in
social media has zero control. Social media has zero control of me. Like zero.
Well, most
Like,
niggas spend a ridiculous amount of time on it. So with it being your main
you
form of
you niggas
consumption
don't
or your
control you.
secondary form,
You don't control you.
with it being your main form of consumption or your secondary form of consumption for entertainment or for business or otherwise, it's still being consumed at a rate that's
On
never
some Drake shit.
done
On some
before.
Drake shit. On some Drake shit. On some Drake shit. Gen Z motherfuckers, y'all don't know yourselves. Y'all don't.
I don't think it's that with them.
No, I'm like, no, like you don't know
I don't
yourself.
think it's that with them.
No, because we created this. We created this monster that is the social media platforms. And the way it's dictated and consumed. We created this. Our generation, Z. And that's who like your man's Kodak, Z. We created that.
Z shit.
Like, we created this. And now we got a bunch of dumbass motherfuckers that are dependent upon it. The whole generation under us. They whole self-esteem. Now, majority of their self-esteem depends on their social media. About the way a bunch of other motherfuckers feel about the way a bunch of other motherfuckers feel. Guess what? And when I feel a certain type of way, like me feeling a certain type of way, if you feel a way about the way I feel, I look at you weird. Like, I look at you like, why the fuck do you care about the way I feel, about the way I feel, about why I feel the way I feel? That's craziness to me.
I was like, to say, I think that's when it comes down to that's where it goes deeper than what you're consuming. Is how does it affect you? But if it's to the point that your whole identity is wrapped up in that type of thing, yeah, motherfucker gonna feel weird. And people already feel weird before social media. Shit was hard enough for human communication. With it existing, somehow made it easier and harder all at the same time. It's a mind fuck. But
it made it harder because, like, you've created the world's platform. The statistics are still the same. But
like I said, how do you know everybody doesn't need a platform until everybody has one and you go, whoa.
But that's what I'm saying.
A lot of
the statistics are still the same. It's still the same. The same, like, look, if there's 3 billion people on the planet, 7 billion people on the planet, 100 million people on the planet, the same amount, like, ratio to sensible, I don't give a fuck, and dumb niggas is always going to be the same. It's always going to be the same. The only thing is,
I don't believe that.
Shit. Then, like, it's always been the same. It only looks fluctuated because there's more people on the planet and we can converse with people from across the planet. It's not just like we just having a Detroit nigga conversation anymore. It ain't like we can just have a Michigan nigga conversation anymore. We have, or a Midwest conversation. We can have a worldwide conversation on some shit.
Yeah.
And guess what? There will be people who will, and this is why I try to shout out to everybody across the pond. I don't like to speak across shit that happens away from us, because it's like I can emotionally feel some way, but I'm not there. I can be completely motherfucking wrong.
But to your point earlier,
it's not my pocket to be able to speak on some shit like that.
But to your point earlier, even if it's not your pocket to speak on it, because it might not personally affect your day-to-day shit, be it for entertainment or for information, and it's worth trying to figure something about, talking about what you know, what you do know of it, the little it may be, talking about that and whatever your idea of that is. It doesn't add or take away. It only adds if it adds. It doesn't necessarily take away to talk about some shit that doesn't fucking matter and you can't change. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But it gets from the shit that we can change. We don't sometimes in sense because it may not be the popular opinion.
Nigga, your whole rant 5 minutes ago was not the popular opinion. Most niggas love social media. Most niggas love TikTok. You just sat up here and said, nigga, what are you talking about? I hate it. Fuck y'all. It's your credit. That's some dope shit. I wish I could stick to my feeling on that because I feel the same way on the inside, but I have to keep it inside. Unfortunate.
I'm not fuck that. Like I like I know I'm saying like I'm like fuck that. I am the guy, and I recommend it all people.
You should leave the shit alone for a while. Yeah.
Like no, I'm saying like be one like fuck who you trying to be honest to. That's not you.
But what's the problem with one?
Fuck who you trying to be charming for? That's not like hold up, let me get this shit off. That's not you. Everybody out here trying to motherfucking like be charming for the next person. Be special for the next person. You don't even respect yourself. You don't love yourself. You don't know yourself.
Nigga trying to sound like Farrakhan. You don't even know you dumb motherfucker.
Oh God, bro. Oh God. Oh God, bro. That's why you see these motherfucking 18, 20-year-old, 19, 21-year-old motherfuckers that have all the social media class in the world, and they have a fucking terrible day. and then they kill themselves on some random shit. And everyone's like, yo, rest in peace, so and so, and then you find out they was a TikTok influencer or a Twitter influencer or Instagram influencer and shit. They whole life was dedicating all they shit, they mind to you, not to themselves. Well, I ain't even talking about no higher person. I'm talking about to you.
But nobody's saying a balance isn't needed, nigga. Everybody talks about, especially niggas that I see that a lot more now that I've been doing it. How much people emphasize, especially creators to creators. Hey, nigga, it's okay to take a day off. This shit doesn't stop ever for some reason, but you need a day sometimes. Take one. It's fine. It's okay. Nobody's.
It's not even just about creators. I'm talking.
Oh, it's like, everybody, even the niggas that consume.
I speak a lot for the mind of the consumer. When you called me yesterday and asked me about your album and everything, where it ranked in my head as far as the year and everything like that, you call me as like, yo, I know this nigga Joe consume it was like, I know this nigga consume a lot of hip hop. So if I know he consumes the majority of like hip hop than anybody else that I know, he listen to my shit, I should ask him this question. Consumer. Because I'm not looking at it from the lens of, oh, yeah, I know how much time this nigga spent in the studio, or I know how much bread he spent. I know who he worked with. You're not talking to me as that. You're not talking to me as a friend. It's like consumer. Most people that are on social media and shit aren't monetized. They brains
majority 99.
Yeah. Their brains are dictated to follow things, to dictate an algorithm in which shit that they like, or they think they are interested in.
Yeah.
Things can go high, things can go low, with even in the things that you were interested in. And if you give so much attention to that, so much into your soul and emotion to that, one moment to a fragile mind and a fragile heart can be detrimental. It's too much. I'm not saying that the engagement is too much. I'm saying our care, our desire, that need is too much. Nigga, we all on the same planet, nigga. Now, unless we all go shoot out in the fucking spaceships and rockets, nigga, we ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, but you know, nigga, that's different though. Because when you feel alone, regardless for whatever reason that is, where your finances are, what influence you have or don't have, when you feel alone, nigga, you feel alone. So whether you're Aaron Carter, rest in peace, and you wind up dead in your bathtub or your fucking hot tub off of Whippets, or you fucking Jay-Z and you just kind of figure this shit out day to day and just keep trying to be as cool as possible and not kill a nigga. If you gotta figure it out, bro. It's your own thing when it's your own thing.
Speaking of the almighty,
and everybody has their own thing.
Speaking of the almighty Hove, and it's why I feel like I'm on the right track. You only see Hove pop out on the social media when he needs to say some shit, or needs to do some shit, or if he's drunk. You never really catch it on no.
That's always nice.
Yeah. If you catch a drunk Hove on Twitter, that shit's crazy. But like you not just getting this nigga on Twitter every day just posting this shit, to be honest. He know who he is. You know where he ain't. Like this B don't do that shit neither. Solange only do that shit when she had fucking photo shoots.
They're in a position even outside. Well, hold on, because you just said some dope shit.
But I think that mentality has a lot to do with the success and how they dictate their success.
But it's the same for everybody. It's not just them. Anybody can treat it the way they treat it. Only difference is it happens to work on like multiple levels for them because of the job. So it's kind of dope that they are who they are and they don't do this thing that we all do all the time. So when they do it, it makes it like an event special. If you yourself, let's say from this podcast, right? I'm the nigga that posts more than everybody we know now at this point, right?
That's facts.
From the audience we gain and have gained, if you post something every now and again, whether I share it or not, it's related to everything else floating out there. Somebody's gonna see it and be like, wow, nigga, you never post. That's dope. Where you been at? It's a thing. And even if the world doesn't treat it like that, you can treat it like that yourself. You can feel like that yourself, even if nobody else gives a fuck, because you never really know. And it doesn't matter.
Well, yeah, like I don't post on Instagram or on my story for months, nigga, and I post one thing, and that last thing was your album and shit on my Instagram and shit on my Instagram. So 36 likes, like right out the gate. I'm not asking for it.
Never do it.
But here's my thing: it's the you 36 people cared to fucking like look to see what the fuck was going on, like really for real. That's cool. I'm not asking for that. I just want whoever is looking to pay attention to what my man is doing right now. That's what was important. You know what I mean? Like that, and you releasing your album was important to me. That was like, I gotta do something for him. Like, period. That's how I felt.
It's different for everybody.
But what I'm saying is like, as far as the care and how we care. You know what I'm saying? Like there was a point when we looked at certain celebrities on Twitter or Instagram and shit, and it was just cool to see them do shit. Like that wasn't just a show or release music and that was all you got. Or you saw them or read whatever article in a magazine. Like it was just cool. You know what I mean? Like now it's more asked. And when you ask, it's cool to ask. But everybody shouldn't or doesn't have a good answer or the right answer.
Well, that's why you take
But just because they have the good answer or the right answer doesn't mean that is the answer that you, just because they said it and you're a fan of, should roll with.
But that's why you should take, and I guess not every creator knows that, and not every consumer knows that. Every criticism, especially when it comes to art, should be taken with a grain of salt. Because if you don't like it yourself, you shouldn't have put it out. It's not about where you feel 6 months later. It's about where you feel, where you are, when you put it out right then and there. If you like it, you put it out. How other niggas feel about it is how they feel about it, even if they trash you for it. I almost think you're doing something. Even if niggas is willing to go out their way to shit on you, bro, somebody else that's not them liked it. There are probably just as many people that liked it. You're not doing nothing crazy. It's almost weird when all you get is praise, because then you should think something is wrong. Everybody's saying they like this. That's weird. It might be real, but it's weird.
But that's why I said earlier, like with Kyrie, if that nigga was just if that nigga was just a whack ass nigga or a role player, bro, like it would either be over or it would be a shut the fuck up or whatever. You know what I mean? Motherfuckers just roll over the shit. You know what I mean? Who you are means something. The fact that you were champion, the fact that you have released some of the greatest music of all time does mean something. Like on Bodie James' album, Fair Exchange, No Robbery, just came out. It's a really great project. Like at the point where he's talking to his brother in the pen and shit, and like this nigga's like, yo, just stay out the way. He was like, just please do me one thing, just stay out the way. He was like, nigga, because you matter. He was like, when you matter, like when you don't matter, nigga, like it don't matter. Like, but when you matter, nigga, everything you do matter.
But nobody matters out the gate. Everybody starts from zero.
But you know you'll be.
Most motherfuckers start from zero.
Look, some things is like you win a couple Grammys, you know you matter. You jump on stage and tell the world that Beyonce had a better. Wait. You know that Beyonce had the better album video than Taylor Swift, nigga, and you make that big of a deal about it. You matter. You become a multiple time All-Star NBA champion alongside LeBron James, nigga. Yeah, you matter. Like you got to be careful about the way that you come at motherfuckers. I think Joe Rogan is just now figuring that out.
Yeah, I've noticed that
with
Joe has gotten for 5 years ago, this same time of year, he probably would have been like, yo, I'm just talking to niggas. Like, I'm just, if I find them interesting, I'm just talking to them. I think he's gone through enough shit now to where there's more of a screening than there was when
prior.
Like, let's say when he first got the Spotify deal, it was some new shit every couple weeks. He's learned now, like, okay, let me just not bring nobody on that's too crazy. like,
but I don't even think it's just that. I think it really was a time where, just like you were saying, it was like, yo, you interested? And even if I don't agree with what you're saying, whatever, the fuck, cool, nigga, like, come through. Like, we'll talk and do whatever. There was a point in time where I talked like that. And I was like, yeah, I don't give a fuck who we talk to. My shit was ethic and just moral. I think his shit was like the world telling them, or the world and his like Spotify, like, yo, nigga, like, we understand what made you. Nothing's wrong with that. We
just a little bit.
Yeah, it's like, yo, you can't bring some of these niggas on because it's like, because now that we pushing this shit, this is now a really, really big deal. Like, it's not just you. Yeah, and you are really at this point the number one podcast in the world.
Like, there's not going to be an Alex Jones part 4, as much as we would all love it after them giving him. Did you see they gave him another $500 million in fines?
He's going to prison. I said that on the last
nigga.
I said he was gonna go to prison because he couldn't afford to pay the shit.
No,
it was gonna be one coming after another.
I feel like he had like the majority of it. When they slapped him with this other 500 million, he ain't got that. Nah. I believe he had a bill.
Nah,
he ain't got two.
He looked like he still wear Musk from the 1988s.
He probably drinks that shit.
Yeah, like, nigga, if you doing that shit, you ain't got $500 billion. I mean, $500 million. You ain't got that. You ain't got that.
He wasn't paying.
You damn sure ain't got
his suppliers, bro. He definitely had the bread. He wasn't paying. He was getting product on credit and not paying the plug. In the dope game, he'd have got killed the first try, second, third try. Nigga ran off on the plug for years. They're suing him now for $300 million. That's a whole other lawsuit. So that's three you kept right there.
Just for the Scarface fans. What Sosa tell Tony?
Don't fuck with me.
That's it.
Nigga.
Just like that's it. Don't run off on the plug.
You fucking monkey.
Like that's the greatest advice I can give anybody on the planet Earth. Is do not under no certain shout out to Sosa because he handled business. Like real shit. Everybody should want to be Sosa in Scarface.
Effective.
Like
gets things done.
I'm trying to be Sosa. I'm trying to be Sosa. Everybody else want to be Tony. I'm trying to be Sosa.
No, I've thought about that quote. Niggas want to change Tony's story. Niggas want to be Tony because they don't want to be Tony because they feel like they could do Tony better than Tony did, which is insane. Because did you not watch how he moved for those whole 2.5 hours? If he existed as a real person, no.
Look here, fam. I'm the older I've been getting, the older I've been getting and rewatching that movie, it's got to be a movie I've at least seen at least 500 times. By this point in time,
be the Xbox game version of Scarface. Niggas don't want to be the movie version of Scarface because in the Xbox game he lives. There's a tunnel. Did you ever play the Xbox game? In the Xbox game, there's a tunnel.
I got an Xbox 360, and then I traded in my original Xbox like 2 weeks after I got the 360.
So it was like when it came out.
Yeah, that hurt. Cause I asked man at the fucking at the counter. I was like, yo, ain't there a Scarface game coming out on 360? And he was like, no, it came out on the Xbox.
Yep.
And I was heartbroken. I could see the look in his face when he saw me and was just like, damn, that nigga hurt.
Yeah,
he hurt. Like I was dead. I'm like,
I wasn't in the line for that bitch because it wasn't that popular. But I remember being in EB Games when that existed. Remember EB Games? I remember being in EB Games and having to tell the nigga, huh?
Is that still a thing?
No, that's gone.
Oh shit.
I think GameStop. Game Crazy bought them. And then GameStop bought them.
Oh, okay. I was say, all right, that makes sense.
So that makes sense. GameStop owns what used to be that. But anyway, I remember being
bound to happen. It was bound to happen.
It was. It for sure was. But I remember being in EB Games and that shit dropped and being like, all right, yeah, my mom was standing there, is mature rated, He's not. They went through all of that shit. She pays for the game. He bags it up and like, all right, have a good day. I was like, hey, nigga, wait a minute. What about that limited edition poster in the back? A lot of niggas didn't know it came. If you bought it in person, certain stores had limited edition posters, which is that poster I still haven't hung up from way back then on that day. Nigga, it's a poster of Tony with the pistol with his arm was in the sling.
Hey.
But the crazy part is that picture of Tony pointing the gun in the arm sling is made up of every word in the script from the movie. Fucking crazy. That shit goes from this end and just travels all around the page in like this big square maze shit. And it's written letter for letter, very close together. So you couldn't just like read it like a script, but it's made up of every word of the script.
That's hard.
It's fucking crazy. I got that bitch for free, and the bitch ass nigga tried to not give it to me. My point was, niggas just want to be Tony in the Xbox game because he lived. There was a tunnel in the beginning of the game where it starts as the end of the movie would end. Guy comes in, shoot him in the back, but Tony sees it, turns around, blows his brains out, keeps killing the Colombians, runs out the back tunnel. And then you have the game. That's who niggas want to be.
See, that's not what happens. Like that's not who you should want to be.
Never.
You should want to be Sosa for real. No Chief Keef. You should want to be Sosa. Like for real.
Even Chief Keef somehow lived in the end. So you might want to be Chief. Somehow that nigga's still alive. Shout out to him. And thank God he is.
Like, damn it. Like, for real, Sosa was the man. Like, he killed the motherfucker that killed Chico and shit. No. Who he killed? Angel Hernandez and shit. He killed him. He killed Angel and shit. On the bad Colombian deal. So he knew that nigga was a snitch. Hung him from the motherfucking helicopter, rolled off. Tried to intimidate Tony. He wasn't having that shit. All you had to do is not fuck over the plug.
That's it. It's a very simple thing.
It's simple as it.
All you gotta do is bring the money back.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
or worse case scenario, you call them and you tell them you don't have it yet. Now, if you still don't have it after that, you might have some real problems. But worst case scenario, you just call them and tell them you ain't got it yet. You don't just rob the nigga. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Like when Benny said that shit in 10 Crack Commandments Part 2, I'm like, all right, yeah.
He would make that song. He would.
Yeah. Got the sample from Diddy too.
Of course he did.
And got Diddy on the track. Not rapping. Not rapping.
It's supposed to be.
Yeah.
When does Diddy rap, nigga? You think Benny is gonna spend time writing bars for Diddy? No.
No.
I don't think so.
I mean, he could.
He could,
but he won't.
I don't think he would.
Yeah, he won't. Diddy seem like that person that's gonna charge you to write to say the bars that you wrote for him.
I slap you with the force of Mary J. Blige crack pipe, nigga.
Don't do that to Mary. Don't do that to Mary J, bro. Can't do that, bro. Come on, bro.
I ain't say she wasn't a queen. I just said she smoked crack.
Ah, come on, bro. We need Houston smoke.
I want her on the song too. Hey, same with her. I want her on the song too. Hey, if I can deep fake some fucking Whitney Houston vocals and clear them, nigga, you think I'm not using it? Nigga, fuck.
I would say talk to Bobby, but Bobby ain't got that plug right now.
I don't think he's in control of that.
Nah.
I think Whitney mama. Probably gotta talk to her.
Damn, she still here? Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Damn. That's crazy.
I don't think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
I'm here for that Whitney Houston movie, bro.
I haven't seen it, but I like the trailer.
Yeah, the trailer looked good.
I gotta go to the movies tomorrow and watch Black Panther.
See, I was gonna go today and shit, but you know what I'm saying? The miniature are taking and shit gets off school at like 4:30. And
Saturday? No, you said today.
Yeah, well, yeah, Friday. But all the motherfucking good seats in every theater, like all the first three, like from 10:30 to like 1:00, which was like the latest we could have went.
Packed.
No, it didn't even matter if it was packed. I was here for it. It was every good seat was taken.
That's a great conversation. What's a good seat to you in a movie theater? What's a good seat to you in the movie theater? Because some psychopaths think it's up front. I don't know how you enjoy it.
No, oh my God. That's
You're
terrible. I've seen one movie like that. That was wild.
I've done it twice. My neck hurt both times.
How about your eyes, bruh?
I don't remember that being an outstanding thing, but I remember after the first time I was like, I'm never doing this again. And then the second time I went with a group of people and this girl, and she was like, let's sit up front. And because we were in like middle school, I was like, okay, cool. And still same effect because I didn't get no pussy, but my neck hurt after that shit.
No, for me, it was the first one was Kung Pao, Enter the Fist.
You paid to see that in a movie theater.
Hell yeah. That shit was funny as hell.
But judging.
Like, you gonna judge me? Watch Halloween movie? Shut up. And drink singles. Shut up. Anyway,
They're both
like
good movies.
that shit, like it, like I didn't like the movie was funny enough to where it was I didn't hate the fact that my neck hurted when I left. But the second time was the first time I went to go see Tropic Thunder. Because it was packed in that John. And I couldn't, and the movie was good. It was just like looking straight, like we was like right up there. So we was looking right up at the screen and shit. It was terrible. But for me, the best seat, depending on how big the theater is, either 2 to 4 rows from like the very top low, anywhere in a like where I can get the center arc of the screen, or within the arc of the screen. I don't like being off to the left or too far, like that far right where you're hitting the wall areas and shit. Yeah. Nope. Yeah. I can't be like, even if I'm close to the handicap bar, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, where it's like just that bottom dip, like right there after the handicap and shit. That's as far as I can go.
I hate that. I hate even that.
But I gotta be above that. I gotta be at least 2 rows above that. It can't impede the screen. I can't do that shit, bro.
My shit is, even before the app, like, you know how like on the AMC app you can like, you know, pick your seat and shit for the ticket.
I do Fandango, but it's all right.
Same shit. You can still pick your seat. Motherfucking, I realize the best seat is either directly under the projector at the very top, or like you said, somewhere between that very back row and the 5 rows in front of it. Them 6 rows right there, that's it, right under the projector. That's the sweet spot.
That's that lit.
Within 2 seats of under the projector, like them, that little 4-seat area, that's the best spot to sit in. You catch everything in that bitch. You catch.
I realize that
right under the speakers.
Yeah.
And you get the screen, IMAX or not, you get everything. You know what I'm saying? It's right there. Like,
I realize that pretty much like 16% of my county is smart as hell because we all thought the same way, nigga. Because like that's all you saw. That was like, that was the area, nigga. All the other seats was available. like everybody in every theater. I was like, all right, so we not all stupid. Yeah, I'm like, so when I drive past y'all on the streets, nigga, y'all probably one of them niggas that went to Wakanda forever. Like, I fuck with y'all. In my head, it's like, yeah, it's real niggas out here. Like, for sure. Like, I'm like, for real.
Definitely the sweet spot.
Yeah, that's it was tough, bro. And then Mrs. Ortega was like, you know what? Why don't we just go Thanksgiving weekend? Like, we want to have a miniature. I was like, fuck that. I'm like, when everybody coming in for holiday and shit? Nah.
It depends what's dropping that week. I might have to go. You right.
Nah.
But it depends what's dropping.
That's tough, bro. Like, that's tough.
Cause there's like 4 or 5 movies I need to see for real. I've been slacking on my movie going. It's like 4 movies out right now I want to see in theaters.
Like, me and Papa Ortega and shit, my pops and shit. Like, that nigga, me and him used to go to the movies back in the day. Like, that used to be our thing. Like, going to movies and shit. Which is wild at the reason why he doesn't know the reason why I love movies so much. And I'm so critical. I'm like, nigga, we went forever. Like, this. Anyway, like, we would go, like, right after rush hour and shit, like, during Christmas time and shit, on random ass weekdays. Like, I saw the Curious Case of Benjamin Button on like a Tuesday.
Oh, 63rd. I see you. What's good, bro?
Saw Gran Torino at that time. Revolutionary Road, Valkyrie. Shout out to Papa Ortega.
Yeah.
Real shit.
I think that's like that definitely got me on my kick. Going to the movies with my mom as a kid got me into that experience, and then, you know, getting older, like with trying to go on dates and shit. And then just now it's to the point where it's like, nigga, I'll go by my fucking self. I don't care.
See, my pops didn't come to none of my games and shit. Like me and his bonding experience was going to movies.
Like that was y'all thing.
Yeah, because like he never came to none of my games. Like he never seen me play anything. All of my years growing up, like and I played sports since I was 5 years old.
Working and shit.
Yeah, like working and shit, church and shit, like all that. Like that's what mattered to him.
Right.
You know what I mean? So movies and shit was the thing.
That was y'all time.
Yeah, when I said like, yo, I want to try acting, we want to try acting. I'm like, nigga, you showed me the movie that changed my life.
This doesn't make sense to you.
No, like he really on some Jeep. I remember this like it was yesterday. I was watching a fucking VHS tape recording because my cousin would dub tapes of the Animaniacs and all the Saturday night shit for me when I was a kid. And I'm watching one on tape in the living room before going to bed. I'm like 5 years old. I'm in kindergarten at this time. At least I know that. And he comes downstairs. He's about to go to work. And he hands me this VHS in plastic. And it is a Star Wars The New Hope, like first one. I had never seen what this was, but this was the most interesting cover I've ever seen in my life. And I said, fuck this. I'm like, turn the Animaniacs off and shit. Like, ripped open that plastic. Blah. And that movie changed my motherfucking life. I'm keeping a bean. The day he passes away, I'm gonna tell that story like in like real genuinely fullness, but like that moment changed my life. Like I looked at things different just because of that movie. And he never understood it. Like he's a Star Wars fan. Like he likes the shit and he loves movies and shit, but he doesn't understand why I love it the way I do.
Right.
Cause I'm like, you introduced me to some shit that I had no clue existed.
Right.
This was amazing to me. Like I felt like I was like one of those fucking kids that saw the shit in 1977 when it first dropped. Like your mind was blown. It was like,
yeah,
what the fuck
about Star Wars? And I'm trying to think of a movie I did feel that way about. I don't think I saw a movie where it was like had that impact on me where I was like, the only things that maybe came close are my favorite movies like Dark Knight, Godfather Part 1, Scarface. Like those are movies where when I was done watching them the first time, I was like, what the fuck was that? That was fucking amazing. Like
these certain movies, I was influenced by the people around me to watch those movies. And
regardless, I left the movie with that experience, even with that being said. Spider-Man 1, that was one. Spider-Man 1, I saw that in theaters. I left there like, bro, what the fuck?
My brother had plenty of like vintage Scarface posters, like OG ones before the DVD came out, like all through his crib and shit. Whenever I would go over there. So yeah, so I'm looking at Scarface before I even seen the movie. And when I saw the trailer for it, I'm like, that's the shit that Tony be watching. Like, or that's what's hanging on Tony's wall. Like, what my brother's name is Tony. And then like, all right, let me check this shit out. And I got the commemorative edition when they first released on DVD in the hard case. That movie was a game changer.
You talking about the one with the gold lining?
Mm-hmm.
That's the first copy I saw too. My cousin had that shit. He was staying at Roger crib, down the street from my grandma crib. He had that bitch just laying around Roger crib, and the fucking cover is that black and white shit. Just caught my eyes. What the fuck?
Yeah, it catches you just like,
what the fuck is this shit? I remember Chris specifically telling me at the time, it's not you're not ready to watch no shit like that, which as a kid automatically makes you go, I need to see this movie. Yeah, I have to see this movie now.
Yep, stop playing with me.
Somehow I finally got around to watching it and I was like,
I don't even think I had ever heard of cocaine before at that point. And I was like, outside of music. And I was like, what the fuck is this shit? Like, first time I saw Scarface, I was like 11 or 12, something like that. 10.
Yeah, I was about 10. I think I grew up too fast because of that movie. Because I think so much shit that I had seen prior to kind of like tied itself together.
Everything just smashed together
into my own reality. I'm like, oh shit.
Okay.
That makes so much sense.
I think by the 10th watch that happened to me. I was like, I get it now. Okay. Yep. I see it. I get it.
I'm gonna say, so that's what Ig Miller, that's what Theo Miggy was snorting. Okay. Got you.
Hey, do an ad. I have to piss.
Jesus Christ. It's 4:30 in the morning. Jesus Christ, man.
But I've been holding this since like 4 in the morning. So, you know.
All right. Go. Let's get the fuck out of here. In case you didn't know, my co-host does rap. He raps very motherfucking well, as a matter of fact. He has a project that just dropped. It was on Halloween. It's not a very scary album. It's a very dope album. Dope on many levels. Meaning like pure Colombian, wrapped in a brick, tightly motherfucking tied, no duct tape, just straight seal, air compressed, nothing getting out. You don't even need no fitting nail. You don't need no cut. It's all dope. Resurrection Therapy by Busy 93. You know what I mean? Shout out to my man. He doing this shit on all streaming platforms. Meaning, well, that's not Tidal and shit because you got to pay to get on that and be like sign to Rock Nation and shit. But Spotify, Apple Music, you got YouTube, the whole motherfucking nine. You feel me? Like streaming, it's a really good listen. I'm not even like just caping for my mans on this one. Like real hip hop. It's really dope. If you like a little bit of boom bap sound with a little bit of like extra kicks and funk to it and shit, that's a really dope project, man. You should really check it out. Shout out to all the new listeners, by the way, too. If you're a new listener and you never heard no Busy 93 music, it's really good, dog. Like really, for sure. Check that shit out. Well, when he release some shitty music, I'll say that shit too, and I tell you not to check that shit out. But look, you never know. You might have a Kanye fall off, and I'm gonna tell you like when you got some shitty music, bro. I ain't gonna push it to you, bro. Like I'm sorry, I'm not. I'm gonna let you know, like yo,
if I start
your shit ass.
If I start making music that's so bad, y'all are calling it shitty. That means A, I'm not even fully confident about it, and B, if that's all I have, it might really hurt my feelings.
I know it's gonna hurt your feelings. And you know,
I'm not in a position where that's all I have.
and you know what type of gruesomely like uncaring ass nigga I am. I was in groups of teenagers that would have nothing to lose in their life to your house to terrorize you in stupid ways, like throwing eggs at your doors and windows. So you upset just because
you started doing that. I'm just gonna start shooting you and them.
Nah, I mean you can shoot them, nigga. Like they paid for that. They signed that.
No,
they
you catching it too. You send them there, nigga. I'm throwing rocks at everybody. No Joe Budden, nigga.
Nah,
everybody get you.
Nah, release your album, nigga. What's wrong with you?
It's out, bitch. Stream it. It's everywhere.
We need motherfucking concepts on Monday.
Fuck you, bitch. I'm doing singles for the next year and a half. Matter of fact, I'm working on the Christmas song right now. Did you know that? Did y'all know that? I'm working on the Christmas song right now. Is it coming out on Christmas? I don't know. It's just an idea right now.
I'm gonna keep it a bean with you. Don't think you're gonna do no tour and ordering eating off room service and shit. That shit's dead. Nah. Room service is non-recoupable.
What do you think the singles are gonna pay for? Room service.
Room service is non-recoupable. No. Like
own everything, bitches. Tax
No.
write-off.
No, that's not how this works.
It is at the moment. If I
Is
spend
it?
money, nigga, I get it back. If Empire want to call, hey, Gazi, what's up? Empire want to call, that's a different story. But
You're not gonna sign 300 like every other rapper.
no, I'm not signing 300. I love Kevin Lyles too, as what he's done for the culture and all of that shit and what he stands for. But nope.
You sign the good music. A push call you, not if Kanye call you. A push call you.
We've had that conversation. No, we've had that conversation on this podcast. Push could call me and be like, "Bro, do it for me." Sorry, I'll do it. You want to give me a verse, nigga? I'll give you one. You want a verse? I got you. Sign to good what? That's not a good deal, nigga. No. No.
If M called you to sign Shady, you doing it?
We already said I would stupidly take that gamble.
All right.
Just because he called me and was like, "Yo, I want you." Up,
I knew you would go over there to fail. I knew you would go to fail. All right, that's cool though. I understand. You're Stanley.
I do it just to say I did it.
Rock Nation is easy.
That's a no.
You signing a TDE or Dreamville?
TDE. I feel like I'm more TDE than Dreamville. I get along with street niggas better than I do with alternative niggas.
See, I think Dreamville need one of you.
I would be like the non-Boz. I would be,
and I think,
Boz.
and I think that's what.
And I said better.
That's what they need.
Boz. I said it.
I think that's what they need. Matter of fact, yeah. If I'm gonna play it out by statistics and percentages, your project about just as good as Milky Way.
The fuck is Milky Way? Don't put me in a category with a nigga who got an album named Milky Way, dog.
That's Boz's first album.
I just said I rap better than that nigga.
Yeah, like I think it's like 2 songs for him, 1 song for you. So it's like, yeah, it's about the percentage about right.
I've never heard of album. Nope.
It needs to be a bass and motherfucking busy 9-3 verses. 5 songs, nigga.
I killed him.
Yeah. Oh, that's heat. And
I'm saying
that's heat.
I'll take shit. No, I'm not gonna say that. That's disrespectful. I'm not gonna say that. I feel like my best songs on LTM you could put up against the best songs of his whole catalog. And I ain't even heard that nigga whole catalog. And that's minus Cole. I'm talking just you, nigga, or you and local or unknown niggas.
You know what? I think you do better with Dreamville than TDE, but it's all right though. I feel you. I feel
like I get along with TDE, but no, I probably would get along with him a lot better.
I feel like your arsenal of sounds would be better and more proficient
at TDE
if you was at Dreamville. Yeah, you could no, I'm saying like you could call Cole, you could call Smino, you can call Loot, you can call Earth Gang, you can call Ari Lennox and shit. On the other side,
yes.
like TD, you can call shit. Isaiah Rashad if you want to. That might lead to something else. You can call Schoolboy Q.
He likes me.
You can call Schoolboy
flattered,
Q.
But no.
You can call Schoolboy Q, Sir,
SZA,
who?
SZA, Kendrick, whenever the fuck he.
You can't call Kendrick no more. He ain't at TDE no more. So you have to personally know him.
It's a direct line.
You gotta hope that you do the J-Rock verse that was like, yo, that shit was dope enough to where it was like, yo, Kendrick.
Oh no, Kendrick ain't even gonna listen to my verse on anything unless I pass the J-Rock test. I got to pass the J-Rock test.
Exactly. Exactly. You got to go down.
Probably pass.
You got to go there first before you climb the ladder. So it's like, yo, what are you really doing, son? You know what I mean? It's like, fuck, who else is there? You know what? I think I'll say this out the gate. I may not be sure at this moment that you rap better than Reason, but I can say this. You make better music than Reason.
I always get Reason and Ransom mixed up in my head.
Ransom's a nigga from Jersey City.
Yeah, free Ransom. I still don't know who the fuck Reason.
He's out, nigga.
Oh, he made bail.
He been out. Where you been? You went to prison, got out. Like, he good now.
How you clear up a RICO case in 3 weeks?
What RICO case? In 3 weeks.
Am I getting him mixed up with another Jersey nigga?
You probably are.
I am.
Ransom ain't even in the streets no more like that. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
I'm thinking of Sue Surf. My bad.
This is why you don't, you know what I'm saying, champion everybody just because they black. That's why, like right there.
I was for sure. I'm like,
hold up, pause. Like, you didn't even say Ransom. The name Ransom doesn't even sound
all three
in
of them
the language of English.
Reason look, but Reason, Ransom, and Sue Surf look alike. They look alike. That's what throws me about all three of them, because Ransom and Reason is close in name, and Ransom and Sue Surf look alike. So, and all, well, I don't know, Reason's from Jersey.
The Sue Surf.
Street niggas, what do you mean? Obviously, RICO case, nigga. Fuck.
Look, is it the same people that listen to Sheck West?
Don't disrespect Sue Surf like that.
Different hood, same type of people. That's what I'm asking.
Don't disrespect Sue Surf like that.
Look.
Shout out to them niggas rolling, and you know what I mean. But don't disrespect.
If all of Harlem showed up for Sheck West when he was when he was in the cast, bro, that's love.
Stop it.
That's love. That's love, bro. I don't care what you talk about, bro. That's love.
Wait, Sheck West died?
No. When he was on the scooter and shit, when his leg was broke. Mo Bamba.
Bring that bullshit up.
Oh my God, you the one that sent me the Mo Bamba track.
Yeah, and I'm disappointed in Sheck.
Word.
Yes.
Word.
Yes. I'm disappointed in
Sheck got
Sheck.
bars.
He do. And I told you niggas that while he was yelling, yo, Sheck West. I told you niggas he had bars outside of the yelling. You niggas didn't listen. You said all he do is yell. He put out another song where he was rapping and y'all niggas said he wasn't yelling. Fuck y'all. Y'all smurdered the nigga without him even being smurdered.
Yeah. Was wild. I fuck with Sheck West.
He was rapping.
I fuck with Sheck. I fuck with Sheck West now though. I fuck with Sheck West.
Soon as he got up off the little scooty tray, his knee. As soon as he got his knee right and started yelling, stop yelling. You niggas was like, "Oh, why you trying to rap?" He was just rapping when he was yelling.
Yo, look. You know what? This is why I know I fuck with Sheck West. He was a real nigga. He was just shouting out his homie.
You can't shoot a video of Brooklyn like that without being a real nigga.
He was just shouting out his homie.
I think he was
just shouting out my bomber. That's all he was doing. He like, yo, that nigga from home.
That nigga had one of the greatest hooks of that year. I was just about to say he had one of the greatest hooks of that year, and nobody recognized it. Everybody said, He's talking about that one basketball player. That shit hype, but that shit ain't no real record. That nigga said, because I got hoes call.
Mo Bamba. Mo Baba. That shit's
Fuck
hard,
up,
bro.
dog.
That shit's hard, bro.
Oh, my favorite line of that
playing with me.
song is the first line of the first verse, nigga. Young Shaq West, yeah, I'm getting really rich. That shit hard. You believe that nigga. He's still in Brooklyn, but you believed it when he said it.
He's still in Brooklyn. You know, that's not a bad place to be right now. It's gentrified.
Depends on where you at. Yeah. Depends on where you at in
place to
Brooklyn.
be,
But
bro.
one would think if you're gonna yell that loud for money, you would leave.
No, we had that conversation. Niggas that live in places like Atlanta, New York, LA,
Detroit.
no, like not so much Detroit.
Yeah,
Miami.
no, we will move. We leave.
I would say Miami.
We do leave. We will go to
Like,
West Bloomfield real quick.
real shit. Houston motherfuckers wouldn't believe it, but nah, nigga, y'all still underground. Like, really, for real. Like, y'all niggas.
No, I think we got
y'all niggas. Houston niggas will leave. Houston niggas will leave too. They leave.
The way I hear about niggas talk about Texas, I've never been, but the way I hear about niggas talk about it, I feel like Houston is just, it's like Detroit in a sense where it's just that big. It has some nice parts. Like, you know how Detroit has little pockets of like mansions and really nice parts, even though it's still smack dab in Detroit. It's a nice part of Detroit. Not one county, not the metro area. I'm talking about in Detroit. Like, it's little pockets. I feel like that's what niggas mean when they talk about Houston, but I feel like we misconstrued it because Houston is probably really that fucking big.
Yeah. But here's the thing, though. I feel like Houston people is like when it comes out to the music scene and shit, that's urban music. Meaning R&B, soul, rap. It's not that well acknowledged in shit in the state of Texas. Really, for real, because predominantly it's a country state. Probably. You know what I mean? So it's like you really have these pockets of hip hop or different music and R&B and soul and shit to where it's like
every state has their pockets of different genres. Nigga, you think they making rap in Muskegon? They probably they making folk music or country music or some shit.
No, yeah.
They don't never come to Detroit for nothing. They don't know nobody there. They fuck with Muskegon and
but here's the thing though. The driving force of hip hop, of music, when the rest of the country of the nation thinks Michigan as far as music, first thing they think of is Detroit. And the first place you think of is Detroit, probably the first place or first music you think of is rap. Eminem.
Rap. Eminem. No. Yep. Rap.
Yeah, rap. But I'm saying if you from anywhere on the globe, first person you probably think of would be Eminem. The most popular song would probably, especially him being from Detroit, would be Lose Yourself. You would immediately associate the state of Michigan to rap music. If you looked at Houston,
this is implying.
The state of Texas. I'm sorry, the state of Texas. You can be like, all right,
country.
But we can go to Dallas hip hop. We can go to Basel. We can go to a bunch of different places, but we still have underground kings and underground kings, and we have the Queen Bee. Beyonce isn't all like she's R&B, soul, pop. She's that. That's not the demographic of what Texas is. So when you think of Texas, it's a whole different sound. It's not predominantly hip hop. You would see like somebody would be like, all right, if I'm not gonna get acknowledged and I'm a dope hip hop artist and shit, and I'm really spitting them bars from a Basel or Austin or whatever,
what's the odds?
You might leave.
Naturally, you would, because it's like trying to be a Hollywood movie nigga in Detroit. It's not gonna work. You'll get some notoriety to a point moving around Michigan trying to be an actor and do things. But if you want that, you gotta go to LA, baby. You can't just stay home.
You said some shit that I told my parents years ago. like regarding me and shit.
You can go to Paris, still not gonna be the same. You gotta go to LA if you want that. You want country music. First thing niggas think of, no matter where you are in the world, it's gonna be two states that come out their mouth. It's gonna
Tennessee
be Texas or Tennessee.
Yep. Texas and Tennessee.
That's the first two niggas is saying.
Yep. Graceland and every country singer known to man is from Texas.
That's why that's why I find.
Matter of fact, did I say on the podcast that I watched the Elvis movie?
The who movie?
The Elvis movie.
The new one?
Yeah.
With Tom Hanks? Was it good? I heard
good
reviews.
All right. So we haven't talked about it. Matter of fact, let's talk about it.
I heard good reviews. I haven't watched it yet. I just heard
like 2 months
some
ago.
of the soundtrack.
Yeah.
I heard half of the soundtrack.
Yeah. So I watched the movie and
I thought the trailer was really stupid. I saw the trailer and I was like,
you know what? The trailer.
You don't need to make this movie. Why is Tom Hanks even wasting his time?
The trailer didn't do any justice to the context of the movie. Context. And I kind of looked at it like this. I've always been an Elvis hater. And the reason why I'm an Elvis hater is the reason. Hear me out.
No, I'm just saying, I'm asking.
Yeah, I'm an Elvis hater because I'm an Elvis fan hater. The fans hail him as the king of rock and roll. Me being the music historian that I am, Chuck Berry holds that throne to me.
I think his fans are different. Even Elvis will tell you, yeah, I took that shit from Chuck. No, definitely. I watched him do it, and then I just
matter of fact, this is gonna be a let this bitch breathe. We talking about it now. We talking about it now. And I thought I already spoke something about it to you or something about it. But all right, yeah.
That's the movie I would think from what you said to me, period, and on here, I would think you would give less than a fuck about that than you do about Halloween. I was curious. That's not a movie I'm watching that things like, oh yeah, Joe's gonna like that. Like it's not. No.
I love music. I love the music takes. Sometimes it's a different perspective on a musician's context on who they are, or from where the story is being told from.
So I was gonna say it depends on the story because there are a lot of joints.
Yeah, but my whole fuck you on Elvis and my stance on Chuck Berry being the king of rock and roll and the disacknowledgement of the music industry to Black culture and the Black involvement in writing and constructing these songs that are rock and roll, and it's being stolen from them and put onto to white artists. Yeah. I we know how I feel about that. We know how I feel about that.
Well, no, I was just saying just because it was an Elvis movie, I would think automatically you'd be like, good.
I was curious.
The way you reacted to the social media question, that's how I thought you would react to the idea of an Elvis movie. What?
But I had seen, but when I say it, like, I had seen two different, like, one was like a mini series and one was like another biopic of Elvis and shit. And my dad is a fan of all things white music. He has no rhythm in his soul whatsoever. As far as an old classic sound and shit. When I mean, like,
you can like Jailhouse Rock and be black. Calm down.
Yeah, but he likes doo-wop, son.
What's wrong with doo-wop? Doo-wop is fun. I like doo-wop when I'm at Henry Ford Museum.
I tried to explain to him the rhythm, like the reason why a bass drum actually exists in music once, and it was just like, it was
That
it was
already
really
sounds
simple.
hilarious.
It was really simple. It was like I had on some Amy Winehouse when we was going to fucking Discount Tire to go get a tire, and like just to appease him, just because it wasn't rap. It wasn't T.I. It wasn't Jeezy. Yeah, it was something else that I enjoy. That I'm like, all right, this is mellow enough that he should not complain. And this nigga had the nerve to complain about the bass drum and why it was overly beaty. And I'm just like, nigga, oh my God. I'm like, fam, everything is not four niggas in a quartet trying to like harmonize shit
But if
anymore.
it's not that, it's just not real music.
That's lies. Like that's
Nigga,
lies. Somebody lied to you.
How old is your pop?
70.
70? Okay, so they the same era. My mom's 65, bro. She has been listening to me listen to hip hop for I'll be 29 next week. Shout out to me, my birthday's coming up. I'll be 29 next week.
Hey, that bastard.
Fuck you. She's been listening to me listen to hip hop for at least the last 21 years, right? Like in that time, at some point, you would think she would have found something she likes in hip hop rather than just the beat or the delivery of certain people. Nope. It's Temptations all day, nigga. Fuck you. If it ain't that, it ain't music, nigga. It's not that it ain't music, it's just noise. And you should probably turn that shit down a little bit.
There was one moment.
She likes new niggas, but it's like today.
I know my dad likes Robin Thicke. Like I know he likes that type of music.
Today is the perfect example. My mom is a Nas fan. She likes multiple Nas songs. I played King's Disease 3 today in the car, got halfway through the album, and she was like, can you turn this nigga the fuck off, please? And I'm hearing shit to me that I'm like, this is insane. I've never heard Nas do this one. This production is amazing. And I'm just trying to absorb as much as I can. And she's sitting there just hearing something completely different. And I'm like, what the fuck? Are you serious? You don't get this? Really? No. She would have preferred if I turned on the podcast. So I did. But then I went right back to King's Disease 3. And of course, she hit me with the really?
Look,
I know it's a not a culture. I know it's a age thing, a gap and whatnot. But you would think, I like to think, when we're 70, 60 years old, whoever is the new niggas in rap will at least give it a listen. We ain't just gonna be like, nah, if it ain't 80-year-old, nah.
No, I really care enough about hip hop to where I never want to fall out of it. But what's good to me and what's not does really make a fucking difference.
But you don't know what you don't like until it's like the social media thing. You don't know what you don't like until you hear it. And it's not that you don't like it. It might have been the first time you heard it and you didn't like it that time.
But there also might be certain things, like, for example, that I don't know why I like it. But then until I realize why I like it. Like Smino's album. Like,
that's another person you tell me about all the time that I've never heard.
Yeah, like Smino's album. I like Dreamville niggas. Like I like his album. Like the first time I listened to it, I was like, what the fuck? Why do I feel like I need to listen to this again? It felt like there was nothing significant to say about it.
All right.
But I'm like, why do I feel like I need to listen to this again? And I'll listen. It's good. It's not great. It's not mind-blowing or anything like that. But it's a really good project. Like, for him. But the reason why I was like, I realized like why I like it and shit like Earth Gang and Loot. Because I'm like, these niggas are pretty much birthed from Outkast. Like if Outkast had a bunch of eggs and shit, like they was birds, and just plopped them shits out in the nest, it would be them. And whether they choose to acknowledge it or not, that music, like they come from that music, and it's still good.
Is okay. Wait, before I say this, I don't want to sound that stupid. Internet Money, is that a song or a band? That's an Earth Gang song, right?
I think it is. I think it is.
My point is,
song.
I get what you mean by that Outkast reference. I don't know if Internet Money is a band too that makes music that sounds like that, or if Earth Gang made the song Internet Money and I just blurred the lines in my head. But I completely get what you mean. They're definitely part.
There's a fat white kid that looks like what's the name?
Maybe it is a group.
White boy Rick.
Maybe it is a group. Hold on, let me check. My phone's dead.
Called Internet Money.
No, it's a group. It's like a. How does this song start? I don't know if it's a group, but it's a song.
I know there's the Internet. I listen to them, but that's
not what I'm talking about. I know them too. That's not what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I would say that's Odd Future.
No, I'm thinking of maybe it's just a song. I think it's Earth Gang, but regardless, yeah, that Outkast thing, I could totally get. The problem though with Earth Gang is too much going, a lot like an Outkast record, too much going on one song. The difference is Outkast is two niggas.
Yeah, Earth Gang is two niggas.
Really?
You didn't know that this entire time?
I thought it was like an alternative band of niggas that rapped.
No.
Like on some, what's the niggas called?
Slum Village is, I'm not Slum Village. Fuck. What, they did a fucking
Brickhampton. I thought it was like Brockhampton. I thought it was like that.
No. They did a project together. It was like Earth Gang. Oh shit, Jay Worthy released some shit. It was like Earth Gang, JID, Smino, Lou, Omen. Like they did like they own kind of like Revenge of the Chaser shit. Or Revenge of the Dreamer shit. But I have to look for it. It's in my library, but I only gave it like a couple listens. It was trash, in my opinion. Because it was like I'm really only a couple good songs on it.
Well, regardless, like I said, my point was that I think even with them niggas,
Spillage Village, that's what it was. JID and Earth Gang.
Okay. I think even with them niggas being who they are and what they do, Dreamville, I don't think that'd be the place for me, bro.
I think it would be, bro. Like somebody has to,
but okay, like this,
be indifferent than the rest.
But how different?
Because Baz is from New York.
How
Ari
different
Lennox
can you
is
be?
from, I think, from LA.
I thought she was from Chicago.
Whichever.
Minnesota.
She's not from the South. Then the Detroit nigga, you got every Southern nigga that ain't Lil Wayne and Jeezy. Why not?
Nigga, Lil Wayne and Jeezy isn't the standard to hold yourself to today.
I'm just saying that was a point to the punchline, but okay. All right.
I know, I get what the fuck it meant. I'm just saying, if it's me, I don't know, man. I don't know if I'm doing that.
I'm just saying. Whatever. All right. Episode 229, Non-Millennial Millennials Podcast, House of Spades Media. I'm exhausted. I'm tired.
You want to get the fuck out of here before you talk about goddamn Dababy's bogo sale, nigga? It's bogo. How you gonna turn down free Bible?
Matter of fact, not like I was supposed to be doing Let That Bitch Breathe on some shit that we was talking about before we get out of here.
You directed
me from the conversation.
It wasn't Nas. It was something else. We didn't start talking about it. We talked about it before we started recording.
Yeah. Shit.
What album was it?
It really like escaped my mind, because we like
Her Loss,
went
right?
away from it.
You did Her Loss, right? Was it Her Loss?
No,
That was last
shit that you didn't see or hear about that we was supposed to. Oh, the Elvis movie. There we go.
Yeah,
there we
go.
go.
We got off
Bang,
track.
back it. All right, so yeah, so the Elvis movie. What I was watching it initially for was the acknowledgement of, all right, I'm gonna cut this some bail if you acknowledge the effect that Black music had on him and his career. I'll cut it some bail.
Is that not in there?
It's in there.
I got that from the trailer.
The
whole trailer centered around Martin. Or I'm not gonna say it's centered around it, but it was a significant part of the trailer. Martin's story was involved in there. Or Martin's assassination was involved in there. Because it was
I'm about to say it wasn't that much in it. It was like the whole bitch. It wasn't that much
like
important
of the trailer, bro.
It wasn't that much of an importance to the whole shit. It wasn't.
Well, they made it seem like it in the trailer because I was like, why are you making it?
Nah, but they acknowledged
like what?
The fact that his love for music came from when his mom and them was poor and shit, and they had to live in the ghettos with the Black people, and they would him and his Black homies and shit would sneak and watch the blues players and shit and go to the church to see like the gospel and shit, and how dramatic that was and how the music really took control over people.
How it was an influence to him.
Yeah, how that influenced his whole shit.
Dope. I can see that'd be kind of dope. Because you don't think about Elvis as like, well, at least I've never thought about Elvis till you said that as a person. It's like
he was Eminem. Let me put like,
well, yeah, I was gonna say like a little nigga running around with little niggas.
Yeah,
little
like
nigga things.
Yeah, like I knew that, but as the story depicted, like the movie depicted, it was like, yeah, he was really Eminem. He was in the hood,
the first
with a bunch. Yeah, like he was in the hood with a bunch of niggas, and he picked up a lot. Like he was kick it in Memphis, where all the blues singers and he knew BB King and all that, they was homies, because he was the white boy that was cool enough to hang, and he was that guy. You know what I mean? Like the way it was depicted. And I was like, all right, so you giving the acknowledgement to he had to be around this to get that. First off, the soundtrack is amazing. I'm not even gonna hold that up.
I didn't hear all of it, but
I didn't hear the I'm talking about for the movie, within the movie. I didn't hear the.
Oh, you mean the
actual
score was dope?
Yeah, no, I'm saying like the mix within this shit, because certain things is on the soundtrack, but you hear the full song.
Of both.
Yeah, that mix within that shit is dope. Like, and that's the same guy that directed The Great Gatsby, and added and had Jay-Z do that shit's hard.
I sat half.
I hate the book. I hate the original movie, but the way dude directed that shit with Jay-Z's executive production over the music and shit, that shit was hard.
The clips I've seen and the scenes I've seen from it bore me to death. Never seen it from start to finish, and never sat down and just put it on.
Did you have to read the book in high school?
No, I think I was probably assigned it. I just didn't do it because I feel like that was the first time I heard about it before the Leonardo movie. It was probably it being assigned, but it was probably one of those ones where I was like, I don't care about that book.
Yeah, I cheated my way through it. It's a terribly boring read, but I was mad because it came out 2 years after I graduated, or the year after.
Yeah,
And I had to read the book in sophomore year. But me and the homie in the basketball team and shit, his girlfriend was like really into the book and into English class. So she let us cheat off her shit because it was just intolerable. Like the original movie was just the stuff that happens in the Leonardo DiCaprio version. Some of it happens in the original, but it don't happen the same way. Like it don't captivate you. Like it don't make you keep watching. It's just like it's just telling the story of what happens in a book.
It's like, and then
like
this happened, and then this.
Yeah, it's so boring and droll. Like it's terrible. It's terrible. But the same guy did it in the same context, in like that mixing of the music with what's happening and the cinematics between everything that's happening within the world. Like it was really dope.
Time out. I always thought that was weird that niggas always use that as a highlight of that movie, because I get it. It might have been over the top and really well done for the time, or for the topic. But isn't that just a movie?
What?
The score matching the scenes and it being cut right and looking good and producing a feeling when you see. That's just a fucking movie.
No,
it's just a good movie. Like
I don't really think it's I think there is a perfect balance to it, because I think that something like I'll compare one of my favorite soundtracks to favorite movies, for example.
But like you said, though, is that fair? Because like you said, soundtracks don't always mean score. Sometimes it's a blend and just how you cut it together.
Yeah, but that's what I'm about to say.
Just
like
a good shot.
But I don't think, because the Too Fast, Too Furious soundtrack was great. The music was okay. The music of the album was mixed into
the movie.
Into the movie. But I don't think it added to or took away from the movie. You feel me? Like, but I do think it made notice to, that's a dope ass song to be like, if you was in a race and like that shit was on, that shit would be hard. Like you kind of got that from it. You feel me? So it's like the music the movie added to the music.
Right.
You know what I mean? Even though the music was added to the movie to actually when you're making boost the movie.
I think when you're making a movie, though, that's the point. The music is supposed to accent the movie, not necessarily be the movie or make it better.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, it
should just be a extra.
But that's what you're talking about. Is what I'm saying, which was dope about the Elvis movies, that the music from the soundtrack accented the movie.
Right.
Like it kind of like,
I think that's how it should be with like musical biopics. That's how it should be.
Something like that. Yeah,
the music is just like something like that for sure.
Yeah, because you're watching a musical biopic.
But you know what I'm saying, about an biopic of an artist.
Yeah. And I think it was dope in the sense of you weren't given the story of Elvis told from Elvis. It wasn't from his wife or anyone. It was told from his manager. And the manager story,
interesting perspective.
It changed my perspective on a lot of things in the way of, and this one I was like, damn, I really know music, or I really care about this shit. Like, in a sense, I never knew that Elvis never did an international tour. You would think somebody that
should happen after the fact.
He never did an international tour. Ever.
No, I'm saying all of the love for him internationally came after that.
No, it was already there. It was already there. He was set to do an international tour. That's what he wanted to do. But his manager had a gambling problem. And he was set back by some of the mobsters that owned the casino that Elvis did a residency at. And it was supposed to be a short-term residency. And the last show went so well, and he was and dude was so in debt, or at least the way it was painted in the picture, but dude was really in debt to the mob because of his gambling, that, yo, you get an unlimited credit if you can just keep mans coming back up in there and filling up seats every single night. And Elvis was going to fire him because he knew that, shit, like, this nigga was fucking me over. So I'm going to fire him. Like, money ain't right. His mom was the original person that was making sure the business and the money was right. She passed away like years prior. Pops was inadequate. He was supposed to be in charge of the shit, but he wasn't. He didn't know what the fuck he was doing.
Right.
So when shit went down the hole and they realized that, like, the manager owned most of the everything, him, Elvis tried to pull away, do the international tour, make this money back, recoup with another label, like normal artists do. So, like, all right, I'm getting fucked. All right, cool. I'm gonna go do this shit in Tokyo, China, all these places that want to see me, that never have gotten a chance to see me perform. Make this bread on my own terms, and we Gucci. But because his manager did what he did, and he owned pretty much the majority of what Elvis had. Elvis was pretty much broke. His manager owned everything
at that point.
So it was like, yo.
So Tom Hanks is the bad guy in this movie.
Yeah.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful.
And it was
I mean, that's beautiful in the sense of seeing Tom Hanks play the bad guy. That's fucked up for Elvis because, and it's kind of what Shot 63rd, he brings up a point about nostalgia. It's one thing in the moment when Elvis is getting fucked, who gives a fuck? Nobody but him. Nobody really knows. Today, you can know all of that before the movie happens and still not really know, but to see it and watch it play out. And then what 63rd said, you kind of have a nostalgia factor where, because it's so old and the person is so big, and to that degree, they end up in this thing where it's like it's kind of a rose-tinted lens situation where you looking back on like, damn, that was fucked up, but it was still good. Yeah, Elvis, I don't know how the movie ended, but I'm saying, like, you see those dynamics. You might not.
The movie ended with Elvis pretty much broke and they and shit.
I mean, that's how it ended. What other way could it end? That's how it ended. Broke on a toilet.
Look. In my opinion, like, in my viewpoint, when people talk about Fat Elvis, I always thought it was just a Las Vegas gimmick of being fat.
No, the nigga really OD'd on pills on the toilet.
No, I knew that part, but I'm talking about, like, when people talk about Fat Elvis, I thought it was a gimmick that people on the Vegas Strip would do when they were trying to be Elvis and they were just overweight, but they're still trying to feel themselves and shit because they love Elvis.
No,
I didn't know that Elvis, like, Fat
actually
Elvis was
fat.
Yeah, and got to that point. Like, nigga.
It was the pills and the fucking liquor. Probably.
Yeah. It was the pills and the liquor, but he was also in he was in a mode of depression because he was locked into that mode where he couldn't do, because he was signed onto that agent and like that, to that residency, unbeknownst to him, to be there and not be able to do that international tour.
You said who?
Shit, who's his name?
Because you said he directed something else.
The Great Gatsby.
Yeah. I'm asking that because, like, it occurs to me as we're talking about it, like, that's just to take
Baz Luhrmann.
Baz Luhrmann?
Luhrmann.
Luhrmann? I've heard that name. Yeah.
Yeah.
to take an idea or a person and identify before you even get it done, to identify an idea about somebody that hasn't necessarily been explored about that person, even though we think we know everything about that person or that thing, to take just a little piece of that and play that out however it played out, or even exaggerate a little bit. That's some dope shit creatively. I wish David Gordon Green was like that. But yeah, that's some dope shit.
I think it was dope in, like, I'll give it like a B. Like, I'm not like I will say that probably some, like, as a movie, I will say probably some of it was overstretched. I'm sure it was, to especially make the character that, or the person that was being played by Tom Hanks look a little bit more fucked up than he was in the moment. But his manager came from the circus.
Right.
So he understood.
The fuck you think he was gonna turn it into? A circus?
No, no. What he understood was, how do we get the money out of the pocket of the consumer and the awe out of it. Now, like, that was his whole thing. But he didn't never understood the love of music, the
artistry part.
Yeah, the artistry, like what makes him,
like, just put on a show. What do you mean? Just do the show.
He knew Elvis was Elvis.
Doesn't work,
but he didn't know what made Elvis Elvis.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, he didn't know that because when he got arrested for gyrating and shit like during the concert, because they told him, like, no, don't do that.
That's just as insane. Those are two white men that have been arrested for those two particular incidents. And the second one is Lenny Bruce talking shit on stage. Those are two white men that got arrested at a time in history where it's like, white or not, really? One got arrested for dancing, the other one got arrested for saying, fuck you. He didn't even say fuck you, but it was the equivalent to fuck you in the 50s. And it was like, oh, you can't talk to a crowd of people like this. Call the police. And they had that nigga arrested with the microphone in his hand. They took it out of his hand and put him in handcuffs.
And the way they made it seem in the movie was that because Elvis was around black people and he was influenced by it.
He's a nigger lover.
When shit happened to the black community, like when Martin Luther King got killed, that's the point that you was referring to earlier.
No, that's how they put it in the trailer. The description you're giving makes it sound way more interesting.
Yeah,
what they did in the trailer was garbage.
Yeah, it's like it like I said, it didn't do it justice. It looked like he was just kind of like shit. Like, he was down with what Martin Luther King was doing, because it was kind of like, y'all been telling me I can't be around people that I've already been around because I'm white, and they can't be around me, right? Because, you know, like, of the same exact thing. You know what I mean? Like, it hit a certain way, where I was like, all right, it looked like he was down for, you know, for the whole shit.
Right.
But he wasn't a smart person, I would say. He was an artist. He was a person that had a craft, had a talent. And if somebody that was looking out really for his best interest in his corner, not for them, not for themselves, not to sell tickets or to make a grift or whatever the fuck, like, was just out for his best interest, was behind him, he would have went way farther. The drugs, in that sense, where he died from, sent me down a whole wormhole of classic white celebrity deaths on YouTube
last week.
And I came across this I can't remember the page's name, But he did a whole video on the conditions that Hollywood, the music industry, at a certain point in time was pretty much putting just on their peoples. Like at a certain point in time, like nigga, if you were signed to a studio, you could be signed to a studio as an actor, nigga. You couldn't do if you signed to Universal,
you can't
nigga.
do nothing else after
Yeah,
that.
you can't do shit for you
So that
WB.
contract up.
Yup. And it would be like dumbass, like fucking like contracts, like 12 years, 8 movies. You know what I mean? It'd be crazy shit. You can't even do shit for that would be made specifically for you because your contract with them. You know what I mean? It was raw out here in the streets. But he was saying like people like Judy Garland, Elvis Presley, a couple other people were under this guise of, and even Judy Garland, it was mostly the explanation of like she was a girl working 18, 16-hour days. And they like, well, you want to be you're the star of the movie. You got to fucking do this shit. And she would be exhausted, and then we give her a pill for it. And she would get hungry in the middle of a set, and they give her a pill for it. And then you wonder why her liver failed and she fucking passed away early.
I saw her daughter talking. I watched the. It was on Shudder. It was on Shudder when I was going on my spooky month shit, where I was watching everything on Shudder, you know, because it was October and Halloween. Motherfucking, I saw this thing. It was a documentary about the horrors that it basically took to make the real life horrors of the making of the Wizard of Oz movie. You know that scene where outside of Judy Garland being on the pills and everything, and her daughter was in there talking about I don't even blame my mom for having the problem. I blame more so the time, because niggas didn't know they were feeding her pills that would get her to that point because they didn't know nothing about the pills at the time. It was kind of the industry thing. You just did that shit, keep motherfucker going. She didn't know, like nobody really knew any better. So much so to the point, dog, the making of that movie, you know that snow scene in The Wizard of Oz? That's real asbestos.
Yeah, I know.
Like
asbestos.
They were playing like the thing that they tell you, hey, do not inhale, get away. Yeah, they was playing in that shit like it was real snow, nigga. It was the snow substitute at the time because they didn't know how fucking dangerous it was.
Yeah, I watched the Judy movie with Renee Zellweger playing who the fuck is Renee Zellweger? But
what was that other Chappelle show skit that came to life this week? It was a skit that he did years ago that came to real life this week. You saying that just sparked my memory. It was a real life Chappelle show skit from like 30 years ago, 20 years ago that fucking happened this week. And it was like, that literally happened in Chappelle show.
Oblivious to me, bro. I'm playing a lot of Call of Duty in 2K. I'm sorry.
What the fuck was it? It wasn't something with Biden. It was like, it was some nigga shit, I feel like, but it was like, yo, that was literally a Chappelle skit.
Everything happens in Boondocks or Chappelle and it's coming to real life. But I watched the Judy movie. So I want to say I watched the whole thing. I watched like halfway because I was just like, yo, this shit's fucked up.
Right.
And like it wasn't like Renee wasn't acting and shit. But you knew at that point, like if you knew like the asbestos and how they was pushing pills on her and shit, like she was like she was fucked up.
Yeah, she was
like
legit
junkie.
Julie Garland is the one that started the rumor of the midgets, little people. But remember the Munchkins,
the Lollipop Guild?
Yeah, she started that rumor. She went on Jack Parr's show one night, fucked up. I'm talking about like mad liquor and probably coke and cigarettes. Went on there one night and was like, you know how these motherfuckers be, they showed the clip in the shit I watched. And you know these motherfuckers be getting together and partying and fucking and shit. Those midgets hated her for that for decades. They still
those midgets, like,
you know what I
Jesus
mean.
Christ.
Those dwarves,
Those little people.
I'm sorry, I'm used to just saying it like that. Those dwarves held that with good reason because it fucked up their reputation for years, nigga. Decades.
Yeah.
And like 63rd just said, there's mad famous movies that influence generations to do mad weird shit in the street. He's like, oh shit. He said, I swear to God, movies like Boys in the Hood, Scarface gave young niggas ideas to do bad shit. I don't know if you were in here for that, but yeah, we just talked about that, nigga. Touche.
You know what? I gotta come back for it. You do an ad. I gotta take a piss.
We'll trade off. I'll do an ad. Hey, I'm not doing an ad. The fuck I look like doing an ad? What an ad? The fuck is an ad? I'm gonna just talk to you. You know what? You know what's up right now? You know what's up right now? It's podcast. What's up? I think we're doing pretty good. And my new project, Resurrection Therapy, is out right now. You should go listen to it on all streaming services, all platforms. Go buy the album on iTunes or get it cheaper on Bandcamp. Don't you want to save some money and give it all to me, 100%? There we go. That's what I'm talking about. And of course, the podcast is brought to you by Anchor, Zoom, and now I guess Restream. Zoom and Restream are not paying us to say that, but Anchor is. And by is, I mean like a tenth of a penny. So it's not much, but we're here, damn it. And I need to refill my drink and run to the bathroom when he comes back. I hope y'all are having a good day. I had a pretty decent Saturday or Friday. I think now I'm gonna sound like a what do you call it? I'm gonna sound like a Republican real quick. I think now is a time for healing and coming together and what they call it, meeting on both sides of the aisle. Because it's the weekend, bitch. Enjoy it. Don't blame me, blame the Delion. Hey, 63rd, if you still in here, I like your points you made on that. I think that makes a lot more sense than most people give it credit for. Maybe you'll catch some of what we were talking about on the Vibe if you go back and watch, whatever you might have popped in or popped out for. But yes, that is, like I said, touche. I'm going to urinate now myself. Your turn.
But I do agree with what one of our guys in the chat said with movies like Scarface, Boys in the Hood did inspire us as a community to really do some fucked up shit because we glorified it. And I think that's a problem with the way certain things are depicted in films, in movies, is the glorification of how we do shit. You know what I mean? It's not the why we do shit. It's the, we're doing it and we're going to make it look cool. You know what I'm saying? Like the rags to riches story is always admirable. That's always something that people are always going to appeal to, because if you don't got shit, the movie that's going to inspire you, that has that person that has some way to attain shit, is going to always appeal to you. Whether it's drugs, whether it's trafficking of some sort, whether it's whatever, it's always going to appeal to you because it's like, yo, I ain't got shit. And if that's the way I got to get it, that's an inspiration. And in no way means that it is right. But then you have those movies that are underrated or undervalued, I should say, because the point isn't that obvious. Like Goodfellas. Goodfellas is a gangster movie. But the point in the like within the end is you sustain true to who you are, what you do, how you do it. You never have to live in any shame, any guilt about what you do, because you know you're there. You know that's what you're like, what you're in for, what you're doing. That's the thing. At the end of the movie, Henry Hill felt bad about himself in Goodfellas because everything that he was born to do, what was swore to do, it was down to do, he went against.
Yeah, ended up doing the opposite of everything you stood for.
And he felt sick to his stomach about it. Because he want
That's
like
why Goodfellas is different though.
Yeah, but that's why I was saying to the point to Mans in the chat. As bad as Boys in the Hood and Scarface glorified shit, there's movies that are really deep gangster movies that have deeper points.
I think all three of those movies have, even in their deeper points, none of them glorify. They glorify at the same.
Scarface does. Scarface does. Boys in the Hood, I don't think does. I think it's more of a less what you call that, after school special.
Yeah,
but it's so much of a cult classic as far as the culture. That is the one of the first referred or mentioned.
I would say Scarface probably glorifies it more, but that's also why Scarface takes, if you're really into the movie, and to use it for this example, Scarface really takes 100 watches, no matter where you come from. If the concepts of that movie intrigue you, it takes a few, let's say a few dozen watches to get everything that you could intellectually get from that movie, even if you never sold a bag of coke in your life. It's a lot to take from that movie, good or bad. Just things that have nothing to do with drug dealing can influence you in a bad way in that movie just off manipulation. And you can just see how niggas are, what may or may not happen. You get a nice little blueprint for a lot of things in that movie if you want to use them a certain way. Yeah, not all movies are like that. Goodfellas is the same way in the sense that in the sense that outside of the action part, it does that same thing in the sense that it takes 20, 30 watches to be like, I never caught that when I was 15 and saw this first.
Yeah, but the intricacies of what makes the movie is one thing. It's the lessons that end up within the story. Like, I think if you, or some like we said at the beginning of this podcast, or with midway now, don't rob or run out on the plug. Don't fuck Sosa, and you don't have a Tony Montana situation.
You don't have 100 Haitians waiting for you when you get home.
Right.
Whatever your 100 Haitians is, they're not there if you don't fuck the plug.
Right.
No reason for the plug to call them.
Like, you don't have you don't have that situation at all. You know, and things like one of my favorite gangster movies, favorite all time, Casino.
Oh,
because there's
I forgot about that. That's one of the
so many.
That's up there with the other ones I named in terms of first watch. Was like, what?
I watched Casino. I introduced my wife to Casino, and she was like,
"Girls to Casino,"
and she was like, "Yo, this shit is why." Like, this is the first Martin Scorsese movie my wife watched all the way through. I introduced my wife to Martin Scorsese. So like,
niggas sit through the Jimmy Hoffa shit with you.
Yeah, I mean, she's watched Irishman, The Departed, Goodfellas, Casino.
The Departed is fucking.
Yeah, like she's seen all those with me because she had no introduction to Marty.
Right.
So watching Casino was one she was really into, but it's a really good movie off the rip of just there's so many things that happens within it. Is you have the betrayal of your homie, you got the betrayal of your bitch, the mafia lifestyle, running numbers and keeping your shit in check, business, like there's a million different, like the whole story of Casino, and it's adapted from a true story. It's not based on a true story, so you have to really look in on the real people that it's based on and shit. You know what I mean? Like when you really look into that, it's a wild story. It's insane that all these things happen.
Yeah, kind of. That's his name. What?
Yeah, it's insane that all these things happen within this one story, and surrounding just these simple people that are adapted. But the truth is, it's story is what it is. Like a lot of, I grow every time I watch Casino. Let me put it like that.
But like 63rd, we talked about that earlier too. That's a good point, but that feeds into what you just said. 63rd just said mentalities tend to change over the years. You ever ask yourself why street rappers don't get out the hood when they become famous? It's conditioning, context and conditioning is every fucking thing.
I think a lot of
point of this podcast is in context and conditioning, because everything we have talked about, from Kyrie and Kanye to our take on movies and how we perceive, even the fucking what's the best seat in the house? Context. Come on, dog.
One of the best drawings that came out this year was Street Cred by Jeezy.
Yeah. I like that and Scarface.
Yeah.
Those are two of my favorites.
Yeah, that shit's hard.
This is like,
but I like Big Snow.
Scarface.
Big
I was like, how did you not write this 10 years ago?
Yeah, Big Snow is hard though. Big Snow hard.
I felt like I listened to that whole project. I did. I felt like the ending should have sounded bigger than it did, which I think is Big Snow, right? At the end. Or that's the second.
Big Snow is Big Snow is the third to last.
All right.
There's one more and then it's the last
song is when it ended, it was like, that's it.
Should have been better. Yeah.
Like, I feel like there would have been like a bigger ending because the buildup was so amazing.
Man.
The middle of that album. It's crazy.
Man.
But to get to the end, it was like, it's over? Where's the next song, nigga? That's it? You left off with that? Like, the fuck?
Yeah. Like, that's all we get. Cool.
But yeah, nigga, it's a cyclical, or it's a cyclical, or is that the word? Cyclical?
I don't even know what you're trying to say. You ain't speaking English.
It's a cyclone. It feeds each other. It's a self-feeding thing.
Yeah, but Street Cred was one of the best songs I heard this year because it was like, I just copped a mansion with no street cred. Like, you don't need street cred to really get shit. Like, street cred is only worth so much. It's really and it's not no wash nigga shit saying that. Like, it's really only worth so much.
It's not even that.
And
it's worth what it is to you. Whatever you identify your street cred as from what you've done, other people can validate that for you and be like, yeah, no, that nigga was there. He did that. But you walk around every day with or without that, right?
Yeah.
If you feel like you do because you know what you did, can't nobody take that from you.
$1 million deal with no street cred.
I've never been the type of nigga that felt like just because I never owned a whole block and never sold no bricks full time, that my fucking street stories aren't worth just as much as a nigga who has. It's still an experience. It's still just as real.
Yeah. Like 100%. But I also know that your street, like for me, and I think Jeezy understood that. Like that's why I like the song. Like you understand that just because you did some shit,
don't mean you
don't mean
that doesn't give you a pass to be like, I'm the guy. I did everything.
right.
Fuck are you?
And
Shut
and it don't mean that you not food, nigga. It don't mean that somebody ain't
You
trying
can
to
always be that.
Yeah, it don't mean that ain't a bigger shark out there trying to get your ass. It does not mean that. It does not mean that you good.
Matter of fact, if you are the top nigga, if you are really that nigga, that's when I don't know. I've never been that guy, but I feel like if I was that guy, that's the moment when I'm treading water the lightest, nigga. I'm trying to make sure every step I take is calculated because I know all you niggas want my head. I know y'all waiting for that one wrong step.
Like street cred don't mean shit. We make it seem like street cred means shit. Like
no, it only means as much to you as you willing to give it. In certain situations, when you Jeezy and you going to talk to niggas in Def Jam, all them bricks that you sold don't mean a fucking thing.
Yeah, and you know, and there's a little bit of context to when I do believe certain motherfuckers be like, "Yo, I never left the hood." I think that really means this, and and if we really gonna be real, this is me. When they say never left the hood, that just means that nigga, you from Atlanta and you never left Atlanta. You just moved it to Bankhead.
But some niggas don't know that though. It's like that's like saying like certain shit with driving. Some niggas don't know in like outside of Michigan that a Michigan U is a thing.
Yeah,
you can be a nigga that sells all the records.
Oh, nigga, when I saw him light for the first time for a Michigan U, I was mind blown. I was like, oh my God. Like, y'all got a light that actually does this? It's called a Michigan U. You don't need one of these. Like, what is going on?
If I'm not mistaken, I think 63rd is from Texas. We was talking about Texas. We would naturally pull some shit in Texas that we would get pulled over for naturally in Texas because in Texas, they don't play that shit. But to us, it's like, why can't you do that? That's normal.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
That was a rule everywhere. Nah, nigga.
Right. That's wild. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, like I just think it's silly. Like street cred just don't mean shit.
It means what you. It's like the social media shit. It's the context, bro. Is what it means to you. What does what Kanye and Kyrie said mean to you? To me, not fucking up my shit every day, and I don't feel like it discredits or credits me more or less as a black person, as a black man specifically. I don't think I don't give a fuck. I feel like they.
I wouldn't say more or less you or I as a black person or credits or discredits and shit. And that's what when Jalen Rose said what he said at the top of the week on the Jalen and Jacoby podcast. He was like, "Look, let me identify my blackness one time." Like he stopped the whole bitch and was like, "Nah, I ain't gonna have no niggas playing on my name like this."
But can't you identify your black outside of playing on your name? Can't you identify your blackness without talking down about another black person? You can call it crazy and say stupid without saying everything he ever did was dumb.
Yeah, but that's what Jalen Rose did. Like Jalen Rose, who I am anti University of Michigan. Fuck them niggas. I am not a Wolverine. I'm a Spartan. Stay green. Go green.
Around here.
I acknowledge
fuck the blue.
But I acknowledge how how he's done for our community in the city of Detroit. Before my brother and my nephews and shit moved to Florida and shit, I wanted my nephew to go to the Jalen Rose Leadership Academy. Like I wanted him to go there because I'm like, yo, you got a chance there. Like for real. Like they giving chances, opportunities out over there via Jalen Rose and his academy and his school. I know one day Jalen Rose is going to be mayor of the city of Detroit. I know that's going to happen.
I feel like no.
Don't talk down on that and like on that man that's done so much for our people. And like, I mean, our people. He came up around the same time we did when the 98% of Detroit was black.
Yeah, I could definitely see that nigga being mayor in like another. What are we like? We about to be 30. I can see in another like 15.
Like 10 years, 10, 15.
Yeah, 15, 20. I can see that.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. 100%.
Like on some Dave Bean shit. Like, yeah, nigga, give me a chance.
Yeah, and it like nigga, if it wasn't him, I could see Jamel Hill doing it.
Now, I feel like Jamel is bigger and better than that job. But
no, I think Jamel is the lady we need because she ain't gonna take no shit from no motherfucking body. It's gonna be like,
that's
look,
exactly why I feel like she can do better. She can spin that energy better elsewhere.
She definitely could, but it's like Jamel was there too. You know what I mean? And those people and I admire those people speaking the way that they do, and contributing what they do to and how they do, and staying true to how they like to shit. It ain't because of the way everyone else in the world is feeling and how they think things should be conducted.
Right.
It has nothing to do with that.
But it kind of always does, though, because even in motherfuckers saying, hey, we want to do this, we want to do that, we want things to be like this, it always, because it's an agenda, it naturally always falls to the criticism of, well, why did you do that for that specific? Why was that a specific thing? Why was that the reason you did that? It becomes, like 63rd said, a vicious circle. You just go from, I don't like this. I want answers. Let's say you get your answers. Okay, you get your answers, problem solved. Okay, next issue. Nope. That's why black people now are so up in arms about. Why are we more up in arms about Kanye and Kyrie than we are about the fact that people is talking to us weird? Just like the Jews are. The Jews are mad at the ones that are mad that you said this shit and you said it like that. Why we don't get just as mad when niggas criticize our niggas for all intents and purposes, our niggas for saying some shit that's really not that crazy to say, but out of context can lead one to believe you may have meant something else.
It doesn't mean just because you didn't context it right that you were wrong, though. Because I think in the sense of
saying the right thing in the wrong
because what Kyrie said could, or I mean did, could, if you talk to him, could be viewed like as, all right, that nigga ain't anti-Semitic, but he's a dumbass. But on a platform of without context could look really, really bad. But if you're not gonna give the context, like we've been saying this shit the whole context, we've been saying this shit the whole time. If you don't give the context or refuse to give explanation, refusal to give explanation is a big thing too. Refusal.
Word to Kanye. We dealing with the DEF CON version of this. These two niggas is playing defense. Kanye said DEF CON and didn't even know that the DEF and DEF CON meant defense. Nigga, both of these niggas were on the offense and have to play complete defense now. And Kyrie, just like his actual defensive game, is like, whatever. Kanye couldn't spell it if he tried. Nigga, why are we wasting time?
He don't read, so therefore he can't spell. Every song he's done is because of Sci-Hi, and that's it.
For some reason, in one of them interviews I watched, he kept referring to how much of a better speller, literally a better speller, that John Legend was than he was. And I'm like, did y'all have, like, it came up so much because he kept bringing it up that it's like, did y'all have an argument about like spelling words, nigga? I don't know.
Yeah, because John Legend spelled the word after better than than Kanye, and he was like, "Whoa, how can you spell better than me? And I got more money than you." Like, how did that happen? And John Legend was like, bitch, my wife sucked dick better than you. And he was like, oh, damn. That's impossible. It's because I do better than everybody else. And John Legend was like, hi, you suck dick, you gay ass nigga. And that hurt his feelings. And yeah, that's where it came from.
Like a third grade spelling bee, he ain't let it go yet.
Nope. And John Legend is living his best life. And I'm pretty sure at this point in time on Blood Gang, Black Tino Jesus, that I would put down a real legit lottery ticket on the fact that Chrissy Teigen has that Utopia box, and it's not to be, and it's undisputed.
If John fucks it up, I hate to put this on another man in Grand Theft Auto, but I feel like
she got the Utopia box, bro.
Self-deletion will have never been so understood. I feel like,
yeah. I would say, like something at this point,
it would be like, he knew he wasn't gonna find it.
Yeah, I'm 100% convinced. Like, she got the Utopia box, bro. Like, she whatever she. I mean, like he done got her pregnant like 17 times, bro. Like, you can't just be like, look, I don't care how much money you got, bro. There's a certain point where you just like,
dude. Didn't she just like wasn't she just a model? Like,
she was model, she was hosting that one show with LL Cool J and shit.
No, I mean, like, We Love Her. What do we technically love her for other than being what we know to be her? What was the, like, on some Kardashian? It
don't matter. She called.
Like I said, on some Kardashian shit. What did she?
It don't matter. She cold.
So she's a Kardashian.
Nah. She a Kardashian for grown niggas. I tell you that right now. When you see another woman with kids, nigga, that's cold, and she gives you a penis, like a hard on for your penis and shit, and like she got her kids with her, she cold. She grown cold. That's a whole different type of cold. She ain't Kim Kardashian cold. You see Kim Kardashian with North. You see Kim Kardashian with North in Chicago, and you just like, she cold, and like kind of
penises work weird.
It's like kind of playing it down, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, she don't really look right on her parenting game, you know what I'm saying? She just look like a bad bitch that's trying to parent and shit. Like, Chrissy Teigen is the bad bitch parent. Like, nigga, stop playing. Like, she one of them. Stop playing.
You niggas looking for too much.
Nah, nigga, you just stop playing.
See, look, the problem is you gotta
stop playing.
The problem is you gotta be
stop
willing
playing
to impregnate Kim and Chrissy. And Selena.
Nah, you just being
ain't willing to impregnate all three and deal with what come with that. Are you really built for this? I don't think you are. Because I'm willing.
You built for gonorrhea and chlamydia. You built for that. That's shout out to you. You know what I mean? Shout out to you.
Hey. We all built for the pill.
I mean, you know what I mean? Shots sometimes work faster. You know what I mean? I've been there.
Pill, like, it worked, nigga, regardless. My point is, why you always try to deviate from the bigger point? The bigger point is,
I got married so I can stop lying. That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Shit to do with Magical Box, nigga.
Oh, she got that Utopia box. Stop playing.
Of course you think your girl has the Utopia box. That's why you married her. But if you get a Utopia box that's more Utopia than Utopia box, then you be like, whoa, there's another levels to Utopia I didn't even know. Like,
nah, Utopia box feel like I feel like the Utopia box is the box that brings every man to a complete peace. Like you don't want like and I mean wait hold on.
I already know where you about to go. No, I can't let you do that. No,
hear me out. No, you don't
basing it off that last sentence is wrong.
Nah, because you can, like, you got the bitch that got the super box where it's like, damn, saying Like that bitch made me crazy as hell. But like I want to hit that bitch, but you don't.
I'm on my boost.
Like,
nah, bitch. I said no.
you lying. You lying.
Nigga. You ain't never hit a bad bitch that was like bad and crazy or not, regardless to after you got the box. It was fire, but she wasn't. And you knew she wasn't prior to getting the box, but then you got the box. It was like, maybe she'll be more fire after, and she wasn't because she not. That's a real thing.
Yeah, but my period of time of that is different than yours. You get that bitch.
You're
like
married, of course it is.
No, I'm saying prior to all that, nigga, you give a bitch like 8 months, nigga. I get that bitch 30 days. Like, and it's like, all right.
Well, my original standstill used to be 3 months, but then I realized that was too short. So then I went to 6 and got to 8 by accident.
I exchanged hoes so much and shit because it was like, nah, 30, 45 days, that ain't enough. And I'm like, that's too much for you hoes.
I never thought that.
Like you bitches are out of control. Like, no, I lose because I always fuck within like the first 2 to 3 weeks. So it's like, all right, I done got the box. So now it's like, what is your mind on? What you doing and shit like that? And you think you good and 100.
I feel like I'd have a better gauge if the majority of my encounters did happen off of a few weeks of interaction.
That's why I said I felt like I was always living all right because I'm like, shit, nigga, I was making decisions quicker.
That's what I'm saying though. A lot of my shit happens off a few days or a few hours. So I'm like, what are we doing again? I don't know you. Yeah, I fucked you, but I still don't know if I know you enough to like you. I still don't know if I like you. I just put my dick in you. Dangerous behavior.
Dangerous behavior. Unsanitary. Don't catch the clap. Now can I go home? Can I go to?
You're home.
Can I go home now?
You're home, but aren't you more home with your people? And aren't you with your people, even though you're not with your people because you're still technically with your people?
No, like me and like the Ortega household actually belongs to this hemisphere. I would say like the Ortega household belongs to this hemisphere. I can't speak for the rest of everybody else, but yeah, I made a whole certain person all in one room, all by myself with no help. So yeah,
you had some help. You didn't just shoot it
that's
on the
my
wall.
Story, and that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. That's all I'm saying.
Dig it.
When you a guy, when you a god, you create. And I created the most adorable woman on earth. Shout out to me. Duh.
I have a kid, of course, but salute. Now that'd be fire. That'll be fire. My daughter versus your daughter, what, at least a solid 5+ years apart, going like, bitch, what? You thought you was what? No, let me show you what my pop showed me.
I was my daughter crazy, bro. She punched a kid like last year in preschool for no apparent reason, and I was like, how hard did you punch the kid? Kid was crying.
That's the wrong questions paired with the right answers, nigga. That's sad. Because she did the right thing. You just asked the wrong question. You it was the wrong thing. It was the wrong thing. She punched this kid for no reason. That's what I said. Like, punched the kid for no reason whatsoever. But when it's your first punch, is it wrong? When it's your first, it's not like she
yes. When you punch a random kid, when it's just like
when it's your first punch, because you technically don't know. When it's your first punch and you first get in trouble for the shit, you don't really like. You know you're not supposed to put your hands on other people, but you don't know why you shouldn't if you feel you should.
I go through the midst with my daughter, bro. Like right now.
That's fine. That's why
like she knows. She knows when. Like she knows when the time is to not to throw a punch.
So if she threw a punch,
she asked me like when in certain moments, and she asked me today. It was like somebody was fucking with me in school. They was touching my hair and this, that, and other. And I was like, "Yo, you tell them to stop." Yeah. What happened? Teacher come? Did the teacher come? Yeah. And what they do? Put them in timeout. All right. What happened after that? Kept doing it. What'd you do after that? Told the teacher again. I'm like, okay, we snitching. Like, to save this person's ass. What happens after that? They send him to the principal's office. Cool. All right. After I'm like, principal's office as far as we go. Now we here now. I'm like, I'm letting you know that left that I told him that I taught you. You punch that motherfucker as hard as you fucking can. Touch you again, punch him as hard as you can. I told her, I look at my daughter and I tell her straight up with the straight face, like, whatever anybody else say, whether you get in trouble or what, you in trouble with them. It don't matter. It don't matter. When you come home, you good.
I feel like
you 100. I will come in and tell them straight up in front of their parent, like, yo, I told my daughter to punch your kid in the fucking face. And I'm like, and if you want a problem, if you want a problem, you can taste the left of the dad. And you can taste that one too.
I'm not.
We out here. We serve smoke out here. Free smoke.
I'm not a parent, but I've always felt like naturally my inclination would be, and maybe it's just from me remembering myself as a kid, but naturally, once you go from the steps that are to be taken, once you exhaust those, before we get to the principal office, but by the time we get there, you know what I mean? Something needs to happen. And then if we get to the principal office and then things are still going on, then, I can't see myself not doing the same thing. I don't know how other people raise their kids to, and I get it. You don't want to raise a little terror. You don't want nobody to think violence is cool. But the only point in time in life, and I think when you learn the best lessons in life, is
when you punch you in the face.
When you act or don't, because that doesn't always work past a certain age. When you act or don't act on, let's say, violence, accounts for a lot as a child. But being able to have a parent healthy enough to compartmentalize it and tell you, kind of lay it out for you, is a lot different than just being like whooping your ass and then you go to school and start whooping other kids' ass because you mad you got your ass whooped. That's how you get serial killers and shit. If you just fuck around and, you teach them the basic shit and then somebody fucking with them, you know what your limit is and what you would teach the kid to have their limit on. How many times we talking to the teacher before I slap the shit out of you? Maybe that's just certain people. Because I feel like more people than not feel like that's not okay, even as a child. But I feel like it's only okay as a child. You were supposed to test niggas when you were a kid. You were supposed to walk around slapping it. You were supposed to get hit upside the head. So you learn how to move. What's the limits? Because by the time you're 19, 20, you can't do that on any level without it being an extra level to it. When you're the age of like 3 to or 4, let's say when you start going to school, 4 to 14, you can damn near get away with whatever you want as long as you don't stop a motherfucker from breathing.
Yeah, but I feel like as when I was telling my daughter was like, all right, there's somebody here to where is like you can talk to, like, yo, this is a teacher or a principal or somebody you can go to first, to where it's like, yeah, holla at them first. And if they don't do nothing, then you know what I'm saying, you directly respond. But you give 2 shots. And they like that third strike is you striking the fuck out of them. Like, that's it. As a grown person, as an adult, it may be different. It may be just the one shot. It may just be like
jaded as an adult.
Like, yeah, but no. Sometimes it's like you got to get a point across. Like, I'm here because, like, I'm not here to be your friend. It's not like I'm not here to be a part of the frat or the cool kids club, nigga. I'm here to get my money, get a check, and then go home. That's what I'm saying.
Kid, you don't have that energy because
I'm not saying as a kid. I'm saying as a grown man. So it's like you might have to talk to somebody like, yo, look, nigga, I know you cool buddy with them or whatever. Chill. Like that's not where I'm at. I'm here to work. I'm here to do whatever. Me and you, we not there. Now you can either respect that, however way you see it, or not.
I still feel like that's wrong though, because I feel like you throwing a little bit too much of your personal sauce on it. I feel like you feel like that legit. I feel like you know a lot of niggas that do feel like that. I'm one of them. 9 times out of 10, you go to do something, you want to get it done, and that shit, you don't want to be bothered, yada yada. But a lot of people, like Kanye in a certain sense, seek that social media, whatever. They seek that level of approval to be like, hey, I did it right? This is cool. The job I'm doing is good. Everything's cool. They can't just be given a task, do the task, know they did it to the best of their ability and be cool with that. A lot of motherfuckers need a motherfucker to be like, hey, yo, I like what you did right there. I've seen that. A lot of niggas have that no matter how deep that hole goes. And I think it goes deeper for a lot of different people. But
yeah, but
that hole goes deep, bro. Pause.
Yeah, but that's your own self-validation or disvalidation, and that has nothing to do with me. In the sense of like,
but when you're talking about 8 billion niggas, everybody can't say you don't matter. Okay, your shit don't matter. My shit matter. My shit. Then you just kill yourself after that point.
I don't even think it's really just about the matter or not matter or all that shit. I think it's more or less about like I said, it's the feelings that matter more than anything else of the overall point of shit. It's like,
but what is every irrational thought come
for example,
an irrational feeling?
Like me and my wife don't really argue much, like at all. But every now and again, it'll be something that fucking happens or whatever. And she feels a certain type of way. And it's for no fucking reason whatsoever. It just be a random ass it'd be a random ass Gemini attack. Okay. And she wanna try to like justify like, and I'm a Libra. I'm a logical person just on just GP. Just I don't like
real logical balance is necessity.
Yeah, but my whole shit was just like, I had a moment where I'm like, was she just like, well, I feel like nobody pays attention or cares about the way I feel. And like, it angered me in the moment because it was like nothing that she could say that I did wrong or that angered her or whatever the fuck. And this, that, and other. And it was a cruel fucking thing that I said, but it was something that I even applied to myself. Which was, just because you feel a way does not mean that you're right. And just because that you have a feelings for something doesn't mean that it's not stupid.
But who are you to say that though? You can identify that as a thing with any person. But who the fuck are you to be like, it don't whatever?
Because if it negatively, and this is what way I really feel about shit. If my feelings negatively affect the people around me, not even a mass of people. We're not saying social media. We're not saying if I was a billion or nothing.
No, just a feeling you have. Yeah, if you tell me a feeling I have is stupid,
but if my feelings or based on my conduct is like off of that feeling is negatively affecting everyone else around me.
I'm not in control of that. I'm in control of what I'm doing and how I'm feeling in the moment. I can't think about, especially if I'm just focused on me, I can't think about how I'm making other people feel, for one, until they tell me they feel a way. And then maybe I can go, what the fuck are you talking about? How do you feel that way? What do you mean? Let me fix this. What do you mean? You can't do that even until a nigga.
It don't matter. The fact is like the way that you feel based off of that conduct, you already wrong. Whether you realize, like whether you're brought to realize,
you're not wrong for having a feeling.
No, You can't
On
be
either
wrong for having a
end
feeling.
of the spectrum.
No,
Right or
no,
wrong.
no,
You're
no,
not
no,
wrong
no,
for
no, no,
feeling
no,
a way.
no. That's the point. Because you like, because it was like we acknowledge because I feel if I have been vocal about sometimes I am selfish as fuck on purpose because it's like, no, I gotta do this for me. I have to do this for me. My own personal feeling. And I know that if my own personal feeling is detrimental to somebody else, that's selfish as fuck of me. That's selfish.
Only if you're aware of it. If you're not aware of it,
it doesn't matter whether you're aware of it or not. You have already
does.
no, it does not.
Nigga,
No,
if you're the
it does
president.
not. It does not matter whether you're already aware of it or not.
Bro,
Because
yes,
you've
it does.
already no, it doesn't because you're in your feeling. You're not trying to acknowledge it. No.
You're in your feeling if you're the person that it's happening to. If you're the person who people are throwing the feelings at, which in every way is all of us in a different way, you're the person that's catching that. You can't do it's like being the president or some shit, dog. You don't know what's wrong until a nigga tell you something is wrong. How do you know that there's a problem if in your mind everything you do, how you've been moving, makes you think, oh yeah, everything's fine? Until
you already did it.
Hey, bro, what about the black people?
But you already did it. But you already said it.
Shit,
aren't you already wrong? You're wrong before somebody has to tell you that you're wrong.
But who's to say when or how? Unless there are things that can be inherently wrong, yes. But when and where and how you address them, who's to say?
The people around you
what the line is, like Tamika said, who's to say what the line is? Why do you get to draw the line in the sand?
Because it affects me. Because of the way that you feel affects me. That's where the line draws in. Because you can feel the way that you.
That's where it is for you. It's up to me to respect that or not. If I don't or I do, and you feel like I don't, still on you.
No. Yes. You create this energy. That's the problem with the shit. Motherfuckers don't believe that because you feel a certain type of way that you create your own energy. Energy is already out there.
You can create it and not be aware of
it. It's already there. It's already there. Whether you feel or like that you're trying to hold it in or not, the energy that you hold in, good, bad, give out, good or bad, you are giving out. It's going to be reciprocated. There's no way around that. When energy is out there, it is out there. There's nothing that you can fucking do. That's my point.
You can combat. No, that's not true. You can combat bad energy with good energy. When you say something fucked up, you can immediately be like, "Whoa, yo, I just."
But there's a reciprocation that's a reciprocation of energy that's already sent.
Yeah, you can't do nothing about the fact you already sent the energy out there, but you can be like, I didn't, my fault.
No one said that you can't. No one said that you can't. But what I'm saying is that energy that you sent out is a reciprocation. How you feel is a reciprocation of that. That's what it is. That energy, like that person wouldn't feel the way that they feel unless that energy was out there. You know what I'm saying? The Jews, slight breakdown. The Jews would not have a reason to be upset the way they've been in the as a community in the past 3 to 4 weeks if it wasn't for the negative energy that Kyrie put out.
That's a generalization though, because you say that as if every person that statement was about felt affected when that's just not true.
It's not. I'm not generalizing. My thing is when the masses up. If I like I said, that's why I said like when I generalize people, just like you just being in your own home, being around your own peoples, your own friends, your own family, and you are in bad energy mood.
You gonna make other niggas feel weird.
Exactly.
You gonna make other niggas fight. You gonna bring bad energy. Yeah, niggas, bad shit's gonna happen around you. And then you're gonna be one of them idiots running around here talking about why my life's so fucked up, because you carry a fucked up energy.
Yeah, you carry that energy. And whether people respond to your energy in a pot like against it in a positive way or in a negative way, you are the person that's conducting the energy that's sending a response to you. Like that, like you are that person.
In all fairness, can we agree, no matter where you stand on what you said, that we just described in terms of energy is a hard thing to stay conscious of, even when you're conscious of it. So imagine not always being conscious of it, and then niggas tell you stupid, and you like, how? What are you talking about?
The problem is being conscious that you're not only yourself. And I'm like, I'm breaking down some deep Ortega shit. You're not only like you cannot function as what I'm saying is you cannot function in a society in a real society without acknowledging or trying to, like, along with your own perspective, acknowledging the thought process of the fact that people are around you that actually have thoughts too, that have feelings too, that matter too. You cannot live life like that. Whether you're in a relationship, whether you live with your moms, whether you're a kid,
relationships don't last long when you do that. Yeah, with other humans, they don't last long.
Yeah, it does not matter on any level whether you have a relationship. If you cannot have or acknowledge the person around you that they have feelings, thoughts, processes of emotions too, you cannot be a sustaining member and person within society. You are a detriment to it. Because it's about you. It's not about you. Society means a multitude of people.
I think this
a community means a multitude of people.
I got this question, right? And I think this conversation kind of makes me clarify it more in my head, but I've always loosely kind of wondered this. And you make a good point. That's why I think it's poignant. At what point, no matter how much money you got, don't have, no matter what you perceive to be good, God, or energy for the better or worse, you feel like you know, whatever, right? Who outside of whatever you believe in as being the thing? Who amongst us? They said as of this week, I think as of Thursday, there will be officially 8 billion people on this earth. 8 billion, the most that ever lived in history, and way less than have ever died in history, which says a lot because, nigga, there's a lot of people way more people have died than fucking lived. But at what point do we realize or try to dissect or pick apart past the point of how you feel about a situation, or even with that, how much of it actually means something to the point that one person can say another person is wrong or right without having the inherent proof that they are wrong or right? Because 95% of the shit that most people spend their time talking about, be it on a podcast, radio show, or just buy a water cooler at work on the clock for fun, is bullshit. Who's right? Who's wrong? Why are we able to be, other than us feeling like that? Why can we just be like, yeah, Kanye's wrong? Other than the fact that other people don't like it and they feel like he's wrong. Okay, but maybe he's right. If he's right, they're not going to shut the fuck up about them feeling like he's wrong because they still feel like he's wrong. The right or wrong doesn't matter when the shit doesn't move the scale. The niggas that most niggas get hung up about, especially when it's a celebrity, them niggas don't move the scale past their genre that they in. And the niggas that do tip the scales ain't worried about the bullshit that we talking about.
Well, I think there's a lot to unpack there. Because you asked like
I said I've
12
wondered it
questions.
off and on for years. I know it's a lot. It
Yeah,
wasn't really a
yeah.
specific question. It was more of a point. But yeah.
I
Something to
think
think about.
I think the point to where we get to it is when we realize that our sustainability on this planet depends on each other.
I don't think that's enough. We will let the majority of us die before we ever be like, hey, we should do something about this.
And that's a problem.
But it's going to be the unfortunate truth.
It's the unfortunate truth, but that's why I'm saying it the way I'm saying it. I'm saying it in a cruel ass sense of when we don't pay attention to or how we react to certain things or what the climate dictates or things of the sort, we put ourselves in a position where things that are stupid, cruel to happen. We put this in a position because it's this person's the scapegoat or this class of people or this religious group or whatever. These are the scapegoats for my problems or this, that, and other. The scales of power, I believe, really aren't. I don't really believe at this point in that much in the Jewish dynamic as the gatekeepers of this whole bitch or whatever and whatnot. I really
gatekeepers.
Yeah, I don't really believe
when it comes to anything. Well, not anything.
Yeah, I don't. Well, not
things.
Most things. I don't really believe in that sense of because it's like, yo, if you are of the Jewish religion and you and your peoples have got together and y'all got this motherfucking entertainment lawyer game up.
Nigga, the Jews started Hollywood. Ain't no Jew gonna deny that.
Yeah, but
what? So what?
So the fuck what? Like realistically, there
they
ain't
saw a gap in the market. That's what you do when you see a gap in the market.
Yeah, like you're not like that's why I'm like there's no hate ever coming from me from it. It's like you saw the business sense in it. You saw there was gap in the market. There was a market for some shit. If you actually impede that,
it goes deeper than that.
You know what I'm saying? If you can impede that, function off of it, make something off of it, you can make your family eat forever. You like your family eat forever.
But it's not just the truth.
But what I'm saying is like, let me finish. Like, but when you make a blueprint like that, it's easy to fucking follow for other people to fucking do it too.
It's easy to be envious. It's easier. It's easier to be envious of.
Yeah, but envy is a toxic trait because envy don't get you shit.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
What it
get you? Envious and you feeling envy, fucking that nigga over in whatever way you think in your envious mind is fucking that nigga over is good enough. You ain't gotta win when you envious, when you bitter. You ain't gotta win. You just gotta get them. How many niggas you been mad at that got the better of you that you was like, I don't care who's there. When I see them, it's popping because I want my lick back.
The better of me.
Same shit. I'm not saying like you got to think about all the fights you ever had. I'm just saying if a nigga got the better of you, don't tell me you not gonna want it to be on sight. No matter, I don't care if the police there. I'm swinging on this nigga when I see him.
Yeah, but in the age in me now, the win is better.
I'm saying that energy
because I'm gonna say no. That energy drives me because it's like it bothers you that I win. It bothers you every single day when I take a dub, and it's cool. And I'm like, I ain't gotta beat you up. I ain't gotta shoot at you. I ain't gotta do none of that shit. I ain't gotta outdeal you on the block every single day. You see me take.
That's how you feel before they put their hands on you. I'm saying after they put their hands on you. After that,
I'm saying after. I'm saying that's what I'm saying. After you take you watching me catch a dub every single day. Every week, every month, and you just still mad about whatever we was mad about? Fuck Drake. You.
Drake could get
Fuck you.
Drake could get, God forbid this happens, but Drake could get jumped in whatever club he's in tonight by whatever group of niggas, right? Whether or not he fights back tomorrow and after the ass whooping, during the ass whooping, still Drake. Ain't nothing you can do about that.
And he's still gonna be
not whooping your ass because we mad that you winning every day. We whooping your ass because we want you to know in this moment, nigga, fuck you. That's envy. It's not about the fact you winning every day and it's hurting them. If it wasn't hurting them that you was winning every day, they wouldn't even be there.
Yeah, but if you ain't got nothing, like, but if you already the nigga that's like winning, you ain't gonna feel envious. Because why are you gonna feel envious about something?
I'm talking about the guy that's winning. I'm talking about everybody else.
But that's what I'm saying. But that's my point. You're not gonna feel some shit where it's like, all right, you niggas can feel as envious as you fucking want to. Yeah, you could get like you could jump Drake, but guess what? That nigga's gonna just upgrade the security the next. Yeah. Upgrade the security the next day, nigga. Going like we gonna be all right, nigga. He gonna drop a her loss too, nigga, and you gonna be still fucking
just as mad as you was before you whooped his
you
ass.
Gonna still be mad. You ain't gonna make a motherfucking difference whatsoever.
Every time I've taken an L personally, I either felt one of two things, and I'm paraphrasing, but for the sake of conversation, I've either felt like I'm gonna get my get back, meaning I'm gonna get better, or you win. Yeah, you got me that time, but I got you. Even if it's not you directly, everything I do has that energy, and I don't even know if that's healthy. I've been thinking about that a lot lately. Everything I do kind of has that energy of, yo, you thought otherwise? I got you. It's cool. You can feel that way. Laugh, joke, whatever. Cool. Great. Cool. I got you. You feel me? We ain't got to get loud about it. I got you. If that mean a fist to your motherfucking face or you watching me win, I got you.
And that's what, and that's exactly what I'm saying. Like, if I'm up top, you want me to come down, and you mad because I'm not where you at. If I'm still alive, shit, I'm still alive. I'm still rich. I'm still winning. You are the motherfucking puss boys that lost. Because at the end of the day, like I said, envy don't get you shit. Because you can still be like, yeah, we beat Drake ass. We whoop Jose or take ass. But if I'm the nigga that's
still broke, nigga.
Yeah, if I'm hopping in the coat top,
still a bitch.
The next day, you know what I mean? It spent $140 on gas because that bitch was on E. And I was like, fuck it, I need to take this shit to the gas station. Your bum ass is still rolling around in 2003 Impala. That's on you. You ain't get shit. You got a whole story to tell back to your homies. Like, yeah, nigga, we ran up on that nigga in the club, beat that nigga ass.
And that's great. That's gonna get you some clout. That's gonna get you something, maybe, but grand scheme.
Yeah, that was what I'm saying. Like a story loses its power the more times that it's told. So how many times
I lie gain traction the more times it's told. And we constantly watch both of those fight every day. You not on TikTok, but between TikTok and everything else, that's why I say, niggas, if Twitter died, TikTok would be the main thing. And it would make it, because niggas get their news from Twitter, TikTok would be that much harder to discern information from entertainment. It'd be that much, it's already hard. It'd be that much harder.
I just think people should stop going to social medias.
I don't think you're gonna get that. This is the wave until it's a new wave.
I would say for actual factual information. Like, I will see some shit on Twitter that's basketball wise that I think is fucking ridiculous. And I'm like, all right, if that's true, if I go into the ESPN or the motherfucking NBA app, it should be the first thing that I see. And if it's not the first couple things, I'm like, all right, that's bullshit.
Just like I said, who's to say when it comes to everybody having an opinion, who is to really say what's wrong or right despite your bank, bro, despite where you at? Who's to really say what's wrong or right? Who's to really say that, nigga, you can't do that just because the last guy that did it weird or did it wrong or what we perceive to be wrong? You can't. You can. Okay, you can. There's a society.
No, I'm gonna say like no, because of what I said before. It is about the way it affects people. No, like, and the people around you. Being like going back to what we talked about earlier, nigga. You can legit avoid your way out of bullshit if you give context to something.
You can do the same by removing context though. So that's not fair because that's too much manipulation. That's the problem now. The door's open for too much manipulation. You're one of those people.
I'm gonna say it's simple, and then it goes down to like just humans just being humans and actually having some fucking common decency. It's like, yo, if the
conversation has anything to do with common decency, the common decency of a human has nothing to do with influence, power, and how you move.
It has.
You just gotta be nice. You just gotta not be addicted.
No, common decency has everything to do with everything that you just named.
You just gotta not be addicted to be decent, bro. You don't have to be some. Well, you have to be self-aware, but you don't have to be some fucking either powerful or bottom of the barrel nigga to get that sort of idea in your head. It's pretty easily graspable for anyone with a normal IQ, whatever the fuck that number is.
It's bullshit. No, that's bullshit. And the reason why that's bullshit is because to think that way, you actually really think that way. You got to be able to put your fucking feelings about how you feel over everything to the side.
Look at Twitter.
It wouldn't be just about you. That's why I said when I said before, it's about the way you conduct yourself based off what you say that affects other people or other group of people. There's no way around that shit.
Look at Twitter. What's more infuriating? I thought you was going somewhere else with that. But look at Twitter. What's more infuriating? Watching a motherfucker on a video saying some shit that you look at that nigga, you can tell like, yo, this motherfucker look crazy. You ain't shaved in 3 weeks, nigga. You got a fucking Jason hat on. You got a Joker poster behind you, a me seek, a bunch of random abstract. I'm not listening to shit you saying about politics or intelligence, nigga. It's easy to be like, when it's just written word and you don't know, it's a little bit harder because it might sound smart. The medium used for this bullshit has a lot to do with it.
Yeah, the medium for sure, but it also goes but that's what I'm saying. Like just because the medium of the platform matter does not mean that the same thing can't be dictated on another platform. Just because you can't tweet anymore doesn't mean, which is nothing more than making a status, doesn't mean that you can't make a status on Facebook. It does not mean that you can't make a post on Instagram and create a caption. The same channel still exists. Like the channels don't go nowhere. It depends on what you do and how you conduct yourself through these channels. How you transform your platform into something positive or negative for yourself. Now, you can back to Kyrie. I hate this nigga. You can give all right, this is what I meant by what I said or by what I posted or what I mean. You want to be cryptic like this a fucking Egyptian monolith and shit, and that's not what it.
Word for it. He's been being very cryptic. He hasn't even been being facetious or that's a fucking. He hasn't even been being shitty or like being an asshole. He's just been being cryptic. It's like, what does he think? Is he an anti? Why leave
exactly
room for one to that degree?
But here's the thing: you can nip all that shit in the bud, and then like shout out to Sarah Spain from ESPN. She said in like the same shit I've been saying all week. Nigga, you could stopped all this shit 3 weeks ago. Like you could have stopped all of this by giving explanation and by giving context to what you mean. You being cryptic and about the context on why you said or why you posted what you posted, despite the fact that it being anti-Semitic to the Jewish people. What do you mean by that? Matter of fact, Kanye West has been retweeting all your shit. Like I said on this podcast before, ain't been helping. He wasn't helping his case at all. Kanye West like treating retweeting this shit was not helping him.
Somehow
at all.
They set out to fuck themselves over and ended up helping each other fuck each other over. I don't know how to fuck that.
I know. I think
call a universal.
In all honesty, I think Kanye made it worse for Kyrie.
Oh, definitely, because Kanye is more hot, more like in Kanye is where he's more lit. He lit.
I'm not even giving it. I'm not even giving it a lit thing.
No, it's that you don't care about it. You don't care about Kyrie.
No, I'm not even saying this care thing or lit thing or anything of the sort. I would say this. I would say that Kanye made the statements that he made on Drink Champs, and it made it the whole nine, like that whole frame of time. Like you can't really overstep for the fact of like the Jewish people are really pissed off right now. No, and it's really because of him. So
it could have been a white guy. It could have been a white guy.
It could have been. It could have been like no
the same hell.
Yeah,
and I mean that in the sense that it would have been topical for the time because insert any other person, Kanye's probably bigger.
Yeah, but the point is you can insert any person. It makes the subject of or the boldness of being anti-Semitic or trying to make that much of a point or a certain type of point. It makes it really, really, really tough to push. For example, I'm a West Side Gun fan. Love West Side. What's his best mixtape series called? Hitler Wears Hermes. Guess what came out the week after Kanye acted a goddamn nut? Hitler Wears Hermes 10. Guess what the hashtag was for it? Not Hitler Wears Hermes 8. Not Hitler Wears Hermes 9 like it's always been. Hashtag 10. Why? Because that nigga knew I cannot, like, if I put the Hitler Wears Hermes on this bitch, my fan base will, like, hold on. My fan base. My fan base will know what it is. It's a play on the Devil Wears Prada.
It's just
we will know. Like, I will know.
Don't know.
But because he put this shit out there a certain way, and he was acting the nut on a certain podcast that had nothing to do with, if I bring that traction of, it's not gonna look great to me.
You can't even put HWH10. It's just gotta be 10.
It was just 10.
Because then niggas gonna be like, what's HWH? Hitler? Where's what? Huh? Ooh. Yeah.
Mind you, there was a huge, like when Hitler was Amen 7 came out, there was a whole fucking billboard in Times Square that stayed there until fucking like 8 came out. I remember. Yeah, it was that was
the first one I heard. I think I saw that shit because I think 6 or 7 was the first one I heard. It was 7. 7 was the first one I heard.
Was 4.
I remember that because I was still working at Goodwill. 7 was the first one I heard. I heard 7 the day it dropped, and I was like, okay. This was before you was even. It might have been in the beginning of your fandom.
I would say I came in at Hitler 4.
It might have been in the very beginning of your fandom, but I went from 7 to 1 and then listened from 1 to 6, and I haven't heard since then. I might have got no. Yeah, I heard 7 and 1 through 4, 5 and 6. I haven't heard, and then I haven't heard 9 and 10. It's 8, 9, and 10.
I haven't heard 5, 6, 8, 9, and 10.
Yeah, but the point is like he
Last
knows,
of those
like
is-
like his shit is a whole gimmick that's always been planned out. It's the Hitler Wears Air Man series. He not associating himself with that. I don't believe on Kyrie's own that he fucked himself all the way that as much as I'm slamming him for. Kanye helped him a lot.
Kanye
but I'm gonna say by retweeting the bullshit and this, that, and the other. Kyrie was already in hot water. The Alex Jones shit, the Hebrews to Negroes post, like all that shit. He was already in hot water. Kanye didn't need to tweet that shit for that nigga.
Something at that point. I feel like when you on a,
because it doubled down against some shit that Kyrie didn't even say or not say.
If you're Kanye, and I mean this specifically to Kanye, if you're Kanye, right? Or for what we're talking about, not to Kanye, but for what we're talking about. If I'm Kanye, if you're Kanye, and you have lost seemingly the majority of connections that you would normally put things together on, not saying that's cutting into your fervor or your fury on your point that you feel is right or how you going about things now. But when you're in a position like that, or a position where you like, I'm by myself, what's the first thing you go to do when you in the mud by yourself?
Try and recruit.
Right. And if you can't recruit, what's the next thing you do? Hey, yo, that's my guy, right?
Recruit unwillingly.
That's my no, not even that. You would not. I wouldn't even call it recruiting. It would be not announcing, but
recruit unwillingly.
Affiliating. That's the word. You would be affiliating. I'm trying to affiliate myself with something I see is similar to what I'm doing. So me, I ain't even got no Kyrie. I see that nigga. Now I'm affiliated. We affiliated. Cool. I'm tapping you. I'm reposting. I'm retweeting that shit you posted that you said you not taking down because of where you stand, and where me and you stand might not be on the same square, but it's in the same.
You recruited me unwillingly.
No. I affiliated myself with you. Recruiting
unwillingly.
We had a conversation and we see eye to eye. Affiliating means you do that shit. I've done or do that shit. And nigga, yeah, I know that shit when I see it.
Unwillingly.
I don't know if it's
because here's the
yourself up for that.
Here's the overall lay down of the shit. And this is why I say, like, my overall of Kanye didn't help Kyrie, no doubt, even a bit. Kanye can be a billionaire, lose all of it, be back to his 400 million that he was worth prior to, and he can still be his own boss. Guess what Kyrie is? He's not his own boss. Josiah pays him.
Well, that's
like Josiah is the owner of the Brooklyn Nets. He pays him.
Kyrie, a Kanye cosign does hurt. Because I didn't ask for you, nigga.
Yeah, but
I was making my own point. Yeah, I didn't ask for you to help me.
Yeah, but it goes on to the representation of too. That's what I'm saying. It's like you not just representing yourself. You represent the Brooklyn Nets team that Josiah, a Jewish man, owns. You also represent the NBA, which is the entity that your team is under. You represent all of that. Because you are an employee of. They pay, like Josiah and the Brooklyn Nets pay you $40 million to be a representative and a player of. You are not a representative of yourself.
Everybody's a representative for themselves, but the face you put to the public may or may not be the best version of you.
Exactly. But you can,
especially when it's 5 nights a week after a game.
Yeah, you can play your own sport. I mean, like, and get endorsements and do commercials and movies and make your own bread. You can do all that shit yourself solo, no problem. Nobody's saying that you can't. But when you become so like I said before, a detriment to team, a detriment to organization, a detriment to league.
It's a problem.
It's a problem. We don't give enough credit for what Adam Silver had to go through when he had to correct the fucking China deal after Daryl Morey for the Houston Rockets lost his goddamn mind. It started tweeting out of pocket. Like
that's another
Adam Silver. No, because Adam Silver. I mean,
that's not
because Daryl Morey was out of pocket because it was like some shit that had nothing to do with him. He's not.
Daryl Morey was so out of pocket. And I'm willing to bet most of the people listening to this podcast and a lot of other podcasts don't even know who the fuck that is. Who the fuck is Daryl Morey? An NBA player that said some wild shit on Twitter.
He was
no influence, nigga. Who cares? Who cares? Who heard about that story? That's not an NBA fan. That gave a fuck. Nobody.
The sports world, because it costs a lot.
Sports world. I said that's not a fan of that.
It costs billions of dollars in revenue and sponsorships from like the Chinese fan base to the sport of the NBA.
That was because they was trying to piece something together that we all know. That's why I said we'll say that for a different conversation. We all know that has its own little things. It's not the same thing.
I'm gonna say no. What I'm saying, could you keep cutting me off? It's the credit of like this nigga has had to respond to one massive red flag event after another because motherfuckers are just talking out of pocket like they don't represent an entire.
Don't shoot Silver no bill. No, don't shoot him no bill because just like how we've been talking about certain things of these niggas' jobs, and you should or shouldn't step out of pocket, or you should stay in or out of in bounds of what is reasonable and known to be the thing. Don't turn around and tell the head of the NBA you feel bad for him because he had to come out of pocket to address some shit that's not normal. That's part of the job, nigga. Sometimes that happens. Sometimes you run the NBA. No, crazy and you gotta answer for it.
During the entire time of fucking may he rest in peace, David Stern's whole time as being commissioner in the NBA, he had to deal with two things.
Allen Iverson and niggas
and malice in the palace.
That's it.
No, Allen Iverson was the reason why niggas was sagging their pants. No, it wasn't. Allen Iverson was the reason. Allen Iverson was the influencer of hip hop, of hip hop culture within the NBA because he didn't give a fuck. But he was the one person. It was that which was unnecessary. Just let niggas be niggas. Let us nig. And the malice in the palace. That's all he had to deal with. And those were years in between when it became an issue to with Allen Iverson to when the fight with Ron Artest in the palace happened. It was years in between. That's all he really had to deal with. This nigga Adam Silver has had to deal with one stupid ass nigga like going crazy, talking out of pocket, and then it's like, yo, look, there's no I would say groundwork for saying like niggas need to shut the fuck up and not talk and not use their Second Amendment, right? No one's saying with the First Amendment, right? Like no one's saying that. No one's saying that they can't have the right to free speech. No one's saying that. Right. But it's like what you freely say can sometimes and is sometimes harmful when you don't regard others for such a thing. You don't regard others' feelings, personal creeds, religious backgrounds, the whole nine. When you decide to say that, going back to it, the way I feel is more important than the way they feel or the way that you feel, you create this. You create this whole wormhole of, all right, I feel a certain type of way, so I don't give a fuck about how you feel. I think that sounds crazy. I really think that sounds nuts. Really, for real. I can't. I feel a way. I don't care how you feel.
I don't feel like that sounds crazy, but I also only don't feel like that sounds crazy because it depends on the context of what it is. And before we get the fuck up out of here, because I gotta piss like a racehorse again. Before we get the fuck up out of here, I really think that despite if it's the people we've been talking about, the length of this fucking episode, or ourselves personally, at the end of the day, you can't plan to do more than with what you have. Like, you only got what you got, whether it's $1 billion or $10. You got that. If you planned for $1 billion when you got $10, that's cool. You still got to figure out how that 10 is going to turn to $1 billion. When you got $1 billion, your whole job is to not lose it. Or couple hundred million in Kyrie's case. When you lose it, you might be right, but you fucked up somewhere.
No, I'm gonna say the difference between Kyrie and Kanye, like, well, as far as one having a job and not.
One is not, yeah.
No. Kyrie has all his money, bro. Like
Kanye got money. It's just,
you know what I'm saying? It's like
he has more money and influence. He has more value and influence than he does in actual money. The difference between the two is Kanye's literally worth more.
He's worth more, but
like, just as a person in terms of value.
But here's the thing. It's not a cake for Kanye and Kyrie, and we're gonna get the hell up out of here. But I think Kyrie could live comfortably longer than Kanye. And the reason why I say that is because I don't think in no way, and this is because of the level of stupidity that I've witnessed Kyrie on.
He doesn't need a lot to be comfortable.
He don't need a lot to be comfortable, and he's not surrounded by a single yes man. He is his own dumbass. Like, there is nobody.
All his friends are really stupid.
No, there is nobody dumbassing him. There is nobody.
I'm saying there might be people egging on the dumbassery because they're just as dumb.
Yeah, but there is no person that's getting inside his ear that's just like, oh, my mind's enlightened. I got to say this to the world. I have to tweet. Like, no, like, his dumbassery comes from him.
Thanks.
So it's like, he don't really depend on like, he could really be like, oh shit, nigga, I could really disappear into the hills of fucking Canada with my family and shit, and we can live a good, happy life and not have to be bothered with y'all bullshit and be completely fucking fine. Kanye needs that. He needs the yes man. He needs those people around him to validate every single thing that he does that make him feel like the shit. Because otherwise, if he doesn't have such a thing, he feels like a lesser to himself.
Kanye don't feel like Kanye.
Exactly. And that's the real shame of the whole thing. It's like you calling in for help to try and associate yourself with some other person to find somebody to agree with the fuck shit that you saying. But realistically, if that person never had $1 billion. That nigga had never had more than $1 billion. You had multitude of that as far as value and worth, and you squandered that. That nigga don't need yes men around him. This nigga's son's name is Elohim. He's like. Let's be real. What he's doing over here, like at the Casa de Irvin and shit, they doing that over there, whether we like it or not, whether we say anything about it or not, it don't matter. That's what's going on over there. Stupid, smart, no, that's what's going on over there. When it comes down like the Kanye, he needs the attention. He ain't nothing without it. So if you don't get, if we all, and that's the reason why I tweeted that response to you a couple weeks ago about Kanye. If we just stop paying attention to this nigga, we take away his power. But that's me. That's
a fact. I just realized I hit the fucking off button on my mic. That's a fact.
You know what I'm saying? Like, but that's me. That's us. Like, I like this conversation. I'm just very upset, and yeah, I need to go to sleep. I think I've spent too much energy on this shit this past couple weeks.
Nigga, I think, and you know what? I'm gonna get to the comments in a second, but ironically, from this, we've been talking about the same, maybe what, 3 or 4 subjects, or 2 or 3 people and subjects for the last, let's say, 3 or 4 weeks, right? For us to come to the culmination of this, and I guess the world in a sense to come to a culmination of this, and be like, it happened, don't care. We've talked about the ins and outs of it. I don't want to talk about this shit at all next week, regardless of what either of them niggas do. But to get what is it? A chat from a first time streamer. Shout out to Big Donald saying this is the greatest stream I've ever seen. That's dope. You get a chat from motherfucking 6'3" saying real good stream. You niggas is maybe the bad buzz will help him question himself. You niggas is listening. I'm sorry. I cannot stress this enough. I don't care about the brilliant idiots. We are the idiots that are brilliant, nigga. This shit is better than everything going. We have predicted more shit this year on this podcast in hip hop than the niggas that get paid to predict shit in hip hop.
Oh yeah, 100%. 100%.
I don't know what the fuck else to tell you niggas. Subscribe.
100%. 100%. We appreciate everybody for listening from across the globe. First time listeners, long time listeners. We not gonna Joe Budden y'all and just like I'm not gonna rob this nigga and just like dip out in the ghostness. He not gonna rob me and just dip out in the ghostness and shit because I shoot him in the kidney. Like we like.
What you think I'd do to you if you did it to me? If you shoot me in the kidney, what the fuck you think I'd do to you?
You got knives, nigga. You got to chase me first.
What the fuck you think I'll do to you? I'm a catcher, nigga. I mean, I'm good at catching a nigga. I can't run, but I can catch.
You can't run. I can catch.
No Michael Myers.
I run. That's what I do. Like I run.
Walk in the distance.
Like I run.
But I'm slitting your throat, nigga.
Like fuck out of here.
Wow, I'm gonna get behind you.
Fuck out of here. And shit. Shout out to everybody that loves all of our references, that understood them. All those people that listen, that watch Scarface, Boys in the Hood.
Get your Googles up if you don't. If you didn't,
yeah.
Some of them. If for some reason you're here because someone older than you put you hip,
or you
just,
you know what I'm saying,
and you're
or
young.
if you hip and you listening with your girl and shit, you know what I'm saying, like the Mrs. Ortega and shit. And she was like, what the fuck is Menace to Society? And you know what I mean? This is the perfect opportunity to pull up them streaming apps and you know what I'm saying, and get and introduce your woman to Menace to Society and you know what I'm saying, OG Lorenz Tate and shit.
Cool Cook, you came in late, man. We've been in here for hours, bro. We about to leave now. You gotta catch the vibe, bro. But what's up? I see you. Hi, bro. You say hi, bro, like you know me personally. But
yeah,
but personally, hi.
But appreciate everybody. Like, share, subscribe. Tell your mamas. Tell your grandmas. Tell your little baby cousins, sisters, aunties. Tell everybody about this shit. Tell your coworkers. Tell your coworkers' children. Matter of fact, the people with birds. Because I see a bird on the TV. Tell your bird to listen to this shit. You know what I mean? Like, put an iPhone inside of the cage and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Bro.
Once a week.
We just finished another great pod. You need to come on here and check the vibe.
You know what I'm saying?
Talking with, dude. He said,
Uh,
Jose, who you talking to? Dude? Hey, we out here, bro. You just got to catch the vibe. We ending the show now.
Check out Resurrection Therapy. My co-host dropped a whole project. It's really dope music and shit. Like, I'm not saying that because that's the homie. You know what I mean? Everywhere that's not Tidal, because you know.
No, I've been meaning to put this as a disclaimer. If you want to support the album, my birthday is next Wednesday. I'll be turning 29. If you want to support
Do not buy it from iTunes.
Cash App.
Cash at me, or just stream it. That's probably easier. Or if you want to send Apple a big fuck you and help me out, go on bandcamp.com and pay that $7 that I listed the album for, as opposed to the $10 that motherfucking Apple listed it for and is going to get a cut of. You feel me?
You know what I'm saying? Like,
hey, that's
support,
the game, bro. I see you, SEO. That's the game.
Yeah. Support your artists, local artists across the way. I don't give a fuck where you from. If you from Finland and you shouting in, like, support your Finnish artists. God damn it. Like, yeah, do what you support the art.
How about that?
You know what I mean? Support your peoples. Shout out to everybody. We love y'all. Jose Ortega, Busy 93, TN2M, Millennials Podcast, House of Spades Media. We out this bitch. Peace.
229. I hit you up, my nigga.
Wow.
Yeah. Hey, yo. We'll see y'all when we see y'all. Peace. Well, we'll see you next week. It'll be next Friday. We do this every Friday. It's not going to be a see y'all when you see y'all. Peace.